Baghdad, Iraq, where the announcement has just come. The war to liberate Iraq has begun. I'm Shepard Smith at Fox News World Headquarters in New York City. Ari Fleischer, the presidential spokesperson, the White House spokesperson, came to the microphones just a matter of about 2 minutes ago to inform the nation.
Not certain exactly what those leadership targets are.
Details of the liberation of Iraq. The first warning of any of this came just about 25 minutes ago when air raid sirens went off in downtown Baghdad. The Reuters television news reporter spoke of screaming jets overhead and then a series of explosions. Following that, anti-aircraft fire from the ground. And as we look live now, 12 minutes before 6 a.m. in Baghdad, a very silent city. A silent city just after dawn as Iraq waits for the bombing from the Allies to begin. Let's go to the White House now and our senior White House correspondent, Jim Angle, who's standing by for a presidential address. Jim?
Hello, Shep. Well, that's right. The president will be out at 10:15, as you said, to give us some idea of what is happening. Now, the White House had indicated it would not mark the deadline, which was 8 p.m. this evening, the deadline that the president had given Saddam Hussein to get out of Iraq or face military action. So it was not clear that the president would be coming out at all this evening. But indeed, he is coming out. And as you indicated, it looks like the hostilities have begun in Baghdad. Clearly, the president would not want to say anything until the bombers had made a run, until the hostilities had started, because he would not want to give a warning to the Iraqis that American forces were on their way. That clearly has already happened, and that frees the president to come out and tell us where we are, as the White House puts it, in the liberation of Iraq. Shep.
Jim Angle live at the White House. Now, we have been given some indication of what the first 24 hours of this war might look like. The initial program here is to go in and knock out areas of strategic command and control. In the words of the Pentagon, to make them both deaf and blind, to cut off their ability to communicate with Command Central, to cut off their ability to communicate with Saddam Hussein and his two sons, and eventually, if not immediately, take out their ability to strike against Allied aircraft. Initially, it's expected that they'll work to take out those anti-aircraft sites as well as their radar sites. Over the past months, most of those have been very well identified. Sources close to the Pentagon and the administration suggest to Fox News that special forces have been in country for quite some time, have been identifying those targets. The early hours, 24 hours possibly, of a bombing campaign to make it so that the enemy cannot strike at the Allies as much as it would like to. Then after that, a movement from the south and east, from Kuwait, the 1st Brit and Marines as well, moving along with the 3rd Infantry Division straight up toward Baghdad, and then eventually, with help from the north and 101st Airborne, which would come from Turkish areas, though they would be moving in not over Turkish skies, but not over Turkish land, to also move from the north toward Baghdad, taking out strategic sites along the way, eventually encircling Baghdad, bringing down the regime, and liberating the people of Iraq. The war planning has been happening at the Pentagon for many months. Our national security correspondent, Brett Baer, is live now with the latest as we know it. Brett, good evening.
Hi, Shep. What we can tell you right now is that there could be a preparation of the battlefield ongoing. We were told by senior defense officials today that when this war started, we would know it was starting, that there would be a huge bombardment of Tomahawk cruise missiles and also strikes from B-2 and F-117 stealth fighters. We can tell you right now that the initial reports are that there are strikes on small targets inside Baghdad. Likely, those would be the first targets would be hit by Tomahawk cruise missiles. Now, we can tell you that there are 3/4 of all of the Tomahawk cruise missiles in the U.S. military's arsenal are currently in the Persian Gulf region. That's about 1,500 Tomahawks. They would be launched from cruisers, destroyers, and submarines. We're trying to get some visibility on exactly what is being struck at this hour, but we are told that this could be the preparing of the battlefield before the giant strike that we see. We expect, obviously, obviously the president to make some comment about what is going on as we hear from him, as Jim Angle mentioned. But senior defense officials are telling us that we will know when the giant offensive, the shock and awe that we've been hearing so much about, will start. This obviously could be the first strikes here, likely Tomahawk cruise missile strikes.
And Brett, those coming from which direction? The original ones from the sea to the north and west, yes?
Right. They would be coming from the Red Sea, each of those destroyers, cruisers, and submarines in what's called a strike box in the Red Sea, launching these Tomahawk cruise missiles. Then they would go, of course, overland, and they are precision-guided weapons, satellite-guided, and they would hit the coordinates. Now, this may be targets of opportunity that are developing to take out some more air capabilities, air defenses in and around Baghdad. We have heard from senior defense officials that the air defenses have been strengthened in recent days by the Special Republican Guard and the Republican Guard, trying to create what one official called a hornet's nest for U.S. planes that may be striking Baghdad. So we're hoping to get some more information in the next few minutes here, but we would say that this first strike is likely preparing the battlefield, and that we will see a massive strike once you hear from the president.
Brett Baer, live for us at the Pentagon. Brett, before I let you get away, we're looking at live pictures, a number of cameras in and around Baghdad. It's certainly possible that some of the early targets would be along the eastern border and the southern border as you move your way over toward Kuwait, because the first Brit and the third ID will be making their way in from there along with Marine Mews, and they want to soften up targets and take cities along the side. But Brett, the truth of the matter is, none of us, with sources inside the administration of the Pentagon, were getting the indication that this event was a tonight event. Wrong?
No, that's right, Shep. In fact, you know, we've been told to basically go home and get a good night's sleep. Now, whether this is the start of what will be a number of days, or whether this is, as we believe, the preparing of a battlefield is yet to be seen. We can tell you earlier today, 10 artillery guns, Iraqi artillery guns, were taken out in far southern Iraq, about south and west of Basra, the port city there. They were taken out, seen as a threat to U.S. troops on the other side of the border in Kuwait. Before any movement happened, they were struck by precision-guided weapons, and also some surface-to-surface missiles around the city of Basra were taken out today. So again, I can't emphasize enough the preparing of the battlefield sentence and phrase. I've been told that by senior defense officials. Whether this develops into a larger strike is yet to be seen, but it is interesting, Shep, that this is early morning in Baghdad, and obviously it's not ideal for strikes for B-2s and F-117s, which are stealth and would want to be flying at night.
And of course, in the early going, it's possible at least that they'll be taking out some of those targets along the eastern border where in fact stealth activity might not even be necessary. In case there was any question regarding what Ari Fleischer has just said, the White House has just sent out what appears to be a clarification. This from Associated Press, a bulletin at 21:54 hours, quoting here, "The war against Iraq has begun." According to reporters who there on the ground, a number of cars were seen screaming through the streets as bombs were going off, or at least as explosions rocked the area in and around Baghdad. Said to have been as many as 3 jets flying overhead. Again, that according to reporters who were witnesses at the time. Immediately, AAA anti-aircraft artillery making its way into the sky. No reports, of course, of anything being hit. But in case there was any question, the war against Iraq has now begun. No more anti-aircraft or explosions have been heard across Baghdad, but air raid sirens did go off. The Iraqi leader has been seen most recently in his military garb, dressed that way for the first time in many years, saying that the Iraqi people are ready, that the Iraqi people are prepared. His administration sending out word that their rations had been issued through the end of the month of August, that regular citizens would be taking up arms, that according to Saddam Hussein, literally tens of thousands of people had been brought in to help combat the enemy forces which were coming into his city. And it was said as recently as yesterday that the wives and husbands or the wives and daughters of those who fight in this particular conflict would bleed from the eyes and would not find safety anywhere in the world. A great deal of rhetoric coming out of Baghdad, but many questions about whether the vast majority of his troops will even fight. There are two groups that are closest to Saddam Hussein: the elite Republican Guard, believed to number just about 15,000, and then the Special Republican Guard, to number about 5,000. And latest intelligence has suggested that, in fact, those people have been brought in closest to Saddam Hussein as he hunkers down, believed to be in Center City in Iraq. Quoting here, "The day we've all been waiting for has now come." This from a U.S. broadcast on Iraqi radio. We've been broadcasting inside Iraq for a number of weeks now, giving messages to the people of Iraq, warning them not to fire off any chemical or biological weapons or any weapons of mass destruction at all, not to take shots at American forces, giving them specific instructions about moving away from their vehicles or any of their armored vehicles or military personnel or military equipment at least 1 kilometer away, to stand with their hands in the air and to surrender immediately to American forces when they made their way in. The president making it perfectly clear that anyone who used any sort of weapons of mass destruction against American troops to the north, against Israeli citizens to the west, or against any of their own people would be prosecuted for war crimes and punished to the fullest extent of international war. Again, a Fox News war alert. The war against Iraq has begun. A speech expected from President Bush in the Oval Office 15 minutes from now. The warnings to the people of Iraq, especially its military, have been very serious, and many within the military community believe that the vast majority of his troops may, in fact, after this shock and awe campaign begins, raise their hands and surrender to American and allied troops. One of the beliefs is that one of the biggest problems they will have is taking care of all of the early prisoners of war or those who surrender. Later on, it could be much more difficult as they work their way into Baghdad. What remains an absolute unknown, as Fox reports this hour, is whether the elite Republican Guard and the Special Republican Guard will take up arms and fight to the death for Saddam Hussein. Varying reports about his level of support within his own people, whether they are tired of the repression that they have been dealing with for the past 12 years since the first Persian Gulf War, and whether, in fact, they may lay down their arms and surrender to Allied forces. It is now 10 o'clock in the east, 7 p.m. in the west, 6 a.m. in the city of Baghdad, where the war to liberate the people of Iraq and to disarm the Iraqi regime and put in a new regime has now begun. President Bush will speak to the nation 15 minutes from now. To the White House now, and Fox News senior White House correspondent Jim Angle. Jim?
Hello, Shep. Well, the White House came out, as you
rarely sleeps in the same bed 2 nights in a row. He has many bunkers and palaces, residences all over the country. He is surrounded by a vast security apparatus to protect him. He is not an easy target. There is also, as I suspect many of you know, there is a literal prohibition against assassinating a foreign leader.
Issued no attention to the deadline of 48 hours to get out or face military activity. Now, the fact is, Shep, that military forces would go into Iraq even if he had left, but they wouldn't have gone in with guns blazing. They would have gone in to find and destroy those weapons of mass destruction. But in this case, of course, obviously there will be a military conflict, an armed conflict. It has begun. The president will come out.
The start of this is our aircraft that can take over their radio and TV stations.
Have gotten some electronic information from inside the leadership.
Sure.
They've been dialing the cell phones. They've been talking to them on the internet.
Absolutely.
They've been doing whatever they can. And a lot of those people sitting around the table with him presiding and taking notes frantically have got to be thinking, why am I here?
Yeah.
Exactly. Also, I think, Tom, that they have predicted we were going to do just what we've been telling you we were going to do.
of Bahrain offered Saddam Hussein and his two sons exile. That was flatly rejected by Baghdad, a show of defiance up until the last moment. Now it appears this first strike, which was heard, though reported to be jets by reporters on the ground for both Reuters television news service and Associated Press, though they were reported to be jets overhead, we have seen no signs of jets to this point. And it's possible at this point that those were instead Tomahawk missiles or cruise missiles, which were striking at the Iraqi leadership. At this moment, we have absolutely no way to confirm either way. That we're expecting the President of the United States will confirm something for us in just a short time. Again, no planes visible over the skies, but certainly air raid sirens did go off across the city of Baghdad, and I'm told in surrounding areas. The U.S. attack was aimed at elements of Iraqi leadership. That Reuters television news service bulletin coming just seconds ago. First, I want to go to northern Iraq now, where reporter Chris Klein is standing by in an area not controlled by Saddam Hussein himself, but certainly an area of strategic significance. Chris Klein, what do you know?
Shepard, we're here in the village of Kalak, some 20 kilometers away from Erbil, one of the two capitals of liberated northern Iraq. Where I'm standing right now, the ridgeline behind me, which I hope you can see, is a forward Iraqi position. Behind me, there are entrenchments, sandbagged machine gun posts, bunkers, mortars, heavy mortars, as well as anti-aircraft guns. But strangely, no activity has taken place, no hostile activity. We've encountered no fire. No incoming fire, at least, though on occasion the Iraqis have been known to snipe at these positions. I'm speaking to you from a Kurdish guerrilla forward outpost where several platoon members of a company of Kurdish fighters are stationed. When I spoke to them earlier as to what they expected to see from the other side, many of them threw their hands up in the air. They're fully expecting the Iraqis in these nearby positions, well within rifle range, to surrender. But so far, no sign of activity. They've also explained to me that the soldiers opposite us, the enemy soldiers, that is, are not Republican Guard units. They're not supposed to be crack troops. They're supposed to be fairly demoralized, not particularly well equipped or trained, or for that matter, even well fed. So the expectation here, at least from the Kurdish guerrillas, is that they hope to see a surrender. Shepard.
Chris Klein live for us in northern Iraq. Chris, we'll get back to you. Thank you very much. So what did we fire and what were the targets? Our national security correspondent Brett Baer is live at the Pentagon with some early details. Brett?
Shep, we can report and can confirm those early reports that Tomahawk cruise missiles have been fired from U.S. Navy vessels in the Red Sea. We can tell you that the targets were leadership targets inside Baghdad. We don't have the specific number as of yet, but we can tell you that they were Tomahawk cruise missiles. Now, those, of course, would be fired from destroyers, cruisers, or submarines. They have been getting into position over the past few days into what's called a strike box in the Red Sea. We saw them move from the Mediterranean earlier last week, leaving their carrier battle groups and making that trek through the Suez Canal into the Red Sea. We can tell you that that the Tomahawk missiles were fired. We don't know how many yet, but we can confirm that it was Iraqi leadership positions that were the targets.
Brett Baer live for us at the Pentagon, exactly 9 minutes away now from a presidential address from the Oval Office to the nation and the world regarding the beginning of the war against Iraq. Brett Baer at the Pentagon, early information to every journalist that I know was that this war would not start tonight. What might make such a thing happen? Is it possible now, and I don't want to get into speculation, but one of the things that could begin such a conflict is if in fact they might know where Saddam Hussein and his two sons are. And if the first strike were to be against leadership, and the only leadership in Iraq would be those three particular men, then it might make sense that the early cruise missile strikes would be at the one spot where they knew they wouldn't have heard anything already. Brett, makes sense?
Shep, it was described to me as a target of opportunity. So that, of course, falls into that exact phraseology that you used there. Perhaps they thought that Saddam Hussein and his sons were in and around the buildings that were struck. We don't know how many buildings were shot at. We do know Tomahawk cruise missiles were used, and that does make sense the way you're saying that. You're right. We were told that it probably wasn't going to begin officially tonight, and in fact, we're still being told that this is not what we have been seeing and hearing about shock and awe, that the massive bombardment would be impossible to miss. Again, I heard preparing the battlefield. I also heard targets of opportunity, and now recently heard leadership targets, confirming that those are initial strikes.
Brett Baer live at the Pentagon, now just about 6.5 minutes away from an appearance by the President of the United States. Quoting from Associated Press now, a government official says U.S. forces have launched a surgical military strike tonight, targeting Iraqi leaders near, not inside, but near Baghdad. The official says intelligence has indicated that Iraqi leaders were in the area. The official declined to name those leaders and would not say whether the strike was successful. Again, that from Associated Press, from a government official who says that this was a surgical strike. As Brett Baer quite appropriately pointed out, was not the beginning of the shock and awe campaign, but possibly, as Brett mentioned, a target of opportunity, the seeing of a number of Iraqi leaders outside Baghdad, and a surgical strike in an attempt to take them out. Our senior White House correspondent, Jim Angle, again live from the White House. Jim?
That's right, Shep. This was, as you said, a target of opportunity based on recent intelligence. They believed that they knew where some senior Iraqi leadership were. They don't know for sure that they were, in fact, where they thought they were going to be, but that is what this was about. They went in after senior Iraqi leadership. You can consider this an effort to go after the command and control, to cut off the head, if you will. This does not include Saddam Hussein. They apparently did not have information that he was there, though if luck held for military planners, that would be the case. But there were senior Iraqi leadership there, and that is what they were after in this bombing raid. As you just indicated, this may not have been the beginning of the broadest military campaign. That would be a surprise, in fact, given what we knew, but this was clearly a much more surgical operation aimed at getting rid of the leadership. Now, that would obviously have a tremendous effect on the Iraqi military. The assumption is that many of the military, aside from the Republican Guard, are not that loyal. And if you lose the leadership of the military, if you lose some of the civilian leadership as well, then there would be less of an intimidation factor, less ability to force those who are not loyal to the regime to go along with it and to defend it. And of course, as the president said the other day, warning Iraqi military men, do not defend a dying regime, do not lose your lives for a dying regime. They have gone after some of the leadership tonight in hopes of hastening the day when the Iraqi government would fall and the rest of the Iraqi people would lay down their weapons. Shep?
Jim Angle live for us this hour at the White House, exactly 5 minutes now to a speech from President Bush inside the Oval Office. Again, from Associated Press, the plan for targeting Iraqi leadership included using F-117 stealth bombers and a handful of cruise missiles, this quoting a military official. And I can also tell you that from a perspective of what's going on inside Iraq, the cameras here tell very little of the story. There may have been some stealth activity. We believe now that there were cruise missiles targeting Iraqi leadership. But an early morning, 10 past 6 a.m. in Baghdad, and only a few things have changed. Iraqi state television is still running the same tributes to Saddam Hussein, the same videotape of dancing in the street and praising the Iraqi leadership that it has been running throughout the day. For some reason, we just switched over to London, but now back to Baghdad. However, a different story on the main frequency of state-run radio. Associated or Reuters television news service is now reporting that the main frequency of Iraqi state radio appeared to have been taken off the air by the U.S. military planes as they began bombing Baghdad at dawn today. This is saying it as planes. We have it confirmed that it's cruise missiles at least, and maybe more. At this point, we don't know. Right after the main voice of Iraqi radio went off the air, another announcer came on and said in Arabic, "This is the day we have been waiting for." This shortly after the normal Iraqi broadcast went off and within minutes of the first strike from the United States. A live look in the city of Baghdad, where Fox News can now confirm that early surgical strikes have taken place to take out Iraqi leadership targets. We're expecting that President Bush may give us more details about those leadership targets when he steps to the microphone inside the Oval Office 3 minutes from now to announce that the beginning of the war to liberate the Iraqi people has now begun. The question mark is whether the shock and awe phase of all of this will begin this early morning in Baghdad. History would suggest that this sort of an operation begins at night. They would like the darkest of all nights if possible. A full moon has been the order of the last 2 evenings. The overnight was one that was preceded by heavy sandstorms and lots of questions about whether the timing was exactly right for some strikes. Jim Engel again with us from the White House. Jim?
Shep, it is not clear to what extent the president will get into the kinds of details we were talking a few moments ago, the operational details of what has gone on tonight, but he will talk to the families of service people. Obviously, that is important for a president once military action has begun. He will also indicate the broad reasons of why we have gotten to this point, how we have gotten to this point, something you've heard him talk about quite often, but he will go into that one more time tonight. Officials do say this is the first phase of the operation against Iraq, the first phase of military action. So clearly they are identifying this as the beginning of the broader campaign, even if this first action was not the broader campaign itself. Shep?
A target of opportunity this early morning in Baghdad. Certainly they have made it clear throughout that one of the primary objectives here is regime change, followed by the liberation of the Iraqi people. And as Jim Engel and Brett Baer both pointed out, one of the best ways to get people not to follow a leader is to take that leader out. When they say leadership targets have been the objective at this hour, it would be hard to imagine that those leadership targets would not include at least Saddam Hussein or one of his 2 sons, if not the 3 of them. Certainly early indications were that the 3 of them might be staying in different locations. Reports, unconfirmed ones, that there had been a line of succession set up which had caused some rifts within Saddam Hussein's family. None of that, again, confirmed by the leadership or by the military, but certainly it's easy to understand that tensions would be high there as President Bush laid down the gauntlet. This is not 1991, when the goal was to free the people of Kuwait, to stop the Iraqi troops from moving in and taking over a neighboring country. The goal here was quite different and quite specific: the complete and total disarmament of the Iraqi regime, and as soon as possible, regime change. What they would like to have had happen is to, at one point, have a general inside Iraq showing the Iraqi people with American flags and the liberation of a long oppressed and very hungry, in many cases, nation. We are 15 seconds now from the President of the United States, expected to address the nation from the Oval Office to tell us about the first phases of the war against Iraq. And now from the Oval Office, the President of the United States, George W. Bush.
3, 2, 1.
My fellow citizens, at this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger. On my orders, coalition forces have begun striking selected targets of military importance to undermine Saddam Hussein's ability to wage war. These are opening stages of what will be a broad and concerted campaign. More than 35 countries are giving crucial support, from the use of naval and air bases, to help with intelligence and logistics, to the deployment of combat units. Every nation in this coalition has chosen to bear the duty and share the honor of serving in our common defense. To all the men and women of the United States Armed Forces now in the Middle East, the peace of a troubled world and the hopes of an oppressed people now depend on you. That trust is well placed. The enemies you confront will come to know your skill and bravery. The people you liberate will witness the honorable and decent spirit of the American military. In this conflict, America faces an enemy who has no regard for conventions of war or rules of morality. Saddam Hussein has placed Iraqi troops and equipment in civilian areas, attempting to use innocent men, women, and children as shields for his own military, a final atrocity against his people. I want Americans and all the world to know that coalition forces will make every effort to spare innocent civilians from harm. A campaign on the harsh terrain of a nation as large as California could be longer and more difficult than some predict. And helping Iraqis achieve a united, stable, and free country will require our sustained commitment. We come to Iraq with respect for its citizens, for their great civilization, and for the religious faiths they practice. We have no ambition in Iraq except to remove a threat and restore control of that country to its own people. I know that the families of our military are praying that all those who serve will return safely and soon. Millions of Americans are praying with you for the safety of your loved ones and for the protection of the innocent. For your sacrifice, you have the gratitude and respect of the American people. And you can know that our forces will be coming home as soon as their work is done. Our nation enters this conflict reluctantly, yet our purpose is sure. The people of the United States and our friends and allies will not live at the mercy of an outlaw regime that threatens the peace with weapons of mass murder. We will meet that threat now with our Army, Air Force, Navy, Coast Guard, and Marines, so that we do not have to meet it later with armies of firefighters and police and doctors on the streets of our cities. Now that conflict has come, the only way to limit its duration is to apply decisive force. And I assure you, this will not be a campaign of half measures, and we will accept no outcome but victory. My fellow citizens, the dangers to our country and the world will be overcome. We will pass through this time of peril and carry on the work of peace. We will defend our freedom. We will bring freedom to others, and we will prevail. May God bless our country and all who defend her.
President Bush live from the Oval Office with words that to defend the world from grave danger, the early stages of military action against Iraq are now underway. The first strikes just about 40 minutes ago. Initial reports were of Tomahawk cruise missiles striking targets of opportunity, said to have been, though not confirmed by the president, targets of Iraqi leadership. Cut off the head of the snake, as a military man might say, and the rest of the battle becomes much less difficult. Our Washington managing editor, Britt Hume, with us now from our D.C. newsroom. Britt?
Well, Shep, one has to sense that, these remarks that you just heard from the president were remarks that he probably had ready for a while but did not plan to deliver originally tonight. What seems clearly to have happened here is that intelligence brought to his attention information about the possible whereabouts of senior of senior Iraqi leadership, possibly even Saddam Hussein himself, and an opportunity that it was felt that could not be passed up, and it was taken. It remains to be seen exactly what kind of munitions were used. We did hear the early reports that it might have been cruise missiles because they can be fired from very far away and targeted with some precision, but we will wait and see what the word is about that. The president then went ahead and made what I think is probably the whole statement that he plans to make and planned to make for the onset of what were thought, of course, to be a much more major and comprehensive set of bombing raids than we've had here in what is now the early morning in Baghdad. I'm joined here in Washington, Shep, by two of our Fox News military analysts, retired Lieutenant General, Air Force Lieutenant General Tom McInerney and retired Major General Bob Scales, U.S. Army. General McInerney, first to you, sir. What is your sense of this? Very hard to tell from what we know. We know there were some explosions in Baghdad. We know that some anti-aircraft fire lit the sky for a while. All seems calm now. this doesn't seem like the way this was originally planned, does it?
No, it doesn't, Britt, but I think what we have here is that they're trying to get tactical surprise, and they lost strategic surprise. You couldn't use cruise missiles on any of these targets unless they were planned hours in advance, so I don't believe it was a fleeting target. It could have been a laser-guided bomb. I don't think that. And so they're not going to be able to use all their stealth assets initially because it's daylight. But they have a lot of cruise missiles, and they have other assets.
So you think it's possible that this may now continue, that we won't be waiting through a quiet, bright day in Baghdad for further hostilities here?
Well, I think we're going to see a lot of action in Baghdad and around there. It just won't necessarily be B-2s or 117s. It'll be cruise missiles. There'll be other assets that can come in. We could come in with fighters, a whole host of things, but they'll be going throughout the country. The interesting thing...
And your view is that this is the beginning of that? We're not going to wait another day? We're not going to wait until nightfall? That this is a go?
I think you'll find the ground forces have moved out, and they're moving very fast now, and it's daylight, and we've talked so much about the night and so much about it happening tonight, and that I think that we've tended to lead ourselves down a path.
Well, General Scales, does it not seem, though, from the President's remarks that the timing of this was affected by a leadership target that they might have seen?
Could be, Brett, but you know, it's a tentative warfare. If you want to achieve surprise, you deviate from the script. And recall in the last Gulf War when we went in at night. We went through a very scripted air campaign. We only bombed cities at night. This could very well be a combination of both. We have hard evidence about the presence of the leadership, but at the same time, started at a time when the Iraqis least expect it. So while you don't have strategic surprise, as Tom says, you've got tactical surprise, and this may be an opening gambit in a campaign that could stretch on throughout the day. The other issue,
on the other hand, it may be something that stands by itself as an attempt that was made, and we could hold off indefinitely.
I don't believe that.
But I don't believe that.
Neither of you gentlemen think that.
No, you're going to see a lot of it. It's coming. You're not going to see the ground forces. They are moving very fast, very swiftly. I would expect within hours that Basra will be falling, and all these things that we've talked about, they've just put it on a different time scale. They had discussed going in daytime before. I personally never saw any merits of going in daylight except for the surprise, but you lose so much of what you've invested in your precision. But look, they have done something. They know exactly what they're going to do and what they want to do. They've got a good game plan, and let's watch it, and we'll get reports in the field quickly and know what's going on.
Shep, of course, I think one of the reasons that a lot of us in the news media who had been so poised to cover this live and with all of our players in place were taken by surprise here is that we were given very strong assurances by the Pentagon, private assurances to be sure, that all of us, of course, were forbidden to say anything about. Now that something has happened, of course, all bets are off, that tonight was not going to be the night. And of course, as the night wore on toward dawn, Shep, I think it began to look increasingly unlikely that anything was actually going to happen. Then, of course, came the fact that the White House was kept hot, so to speak. Reporters were told to stick around, and although a lot of people there had gone home, and then you have the president coming out as we look at the situation there in Baghdad as day becomes brighter.
True.
So, Shep, I suppose we'll be hearing sooner or later from the Pentagon about this mission. I suppose, gentlemen, that it would take a while before the results of this airstrike that was carried out would be known, whether it succeeded in hitting its target, whether anything came of it or not.
Yeah, they have indicators, Britt, and I think they know what they've done, and they know exactly the tempo that they're bringing this in. And so I think that as daylight comes over there, and it's coming fast, we're going to see, as I say, continued attacks throughout the whole country. And if we get reports starting from Basra, the south, and even in the north, that it'll have more resemblance of what we've been talking about. But the war is on, and it will be a massive, and I assure you, 1,000 targets today.
Well, obviously, we'll be watching eagerly and waiting eagerly for reports from other parts of the country. We're seeing, of course, the picture occasionally shift there from lighter to darker, but that doesn't have anything to do, I don't think, with any action in the skies. It simply has to do with the action on the lines and the satellite signals that bring those pictures to us. Shep, I wonder if we're beginning to hear anything further from Fox News correspondents who are in the field. As you know, we have a number of correspondents embedded with military units as they make their way. As their movements began, we were given to believe that we would not be hearing anything from them.
Anything from our correspondents who are embedded, but I did just get off the phone and got this word that the information that we'd been given privately as individuals and collectively throughout the industry was not inaccurate information. It was just part of the story. My understanding is that there were no real plans to begin this campaign at this particular moment, but that throughout the orders were to watch for these targets of opportunity to allow them to go after the Iraqi leadership. Now, by one way or another, be it some sort of special forces who were in the area, be it by satellite or some other means about which we have no knowledge, it is clear, at least at this moment, that they spotted something and could not wait. Brett Baer's at the Pentagon now. Brett, what do you know? Let's go to Brett Baer, who's live with us at the Pentagon now. Brett, can you hear me?
Yeah, Shep, can you hear me?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, senior defense officials tell us that F-117 stealth fighters were used in this attack. Also, double digits was the number of cruise missiles, Tomahawk cruise missiles, fired from a handful of ships in the Red Sea and the Arabian Gulf. These targets were targets of opportunity, we are told. Based on intelligence that...
Multiple emails from people saying...
That intelligence that essentially said that something was happening with the leadership. They acted on that. It was a target of opportunity against F-117 stealth fighters and double digits the number of Tomahawk cruise missiles. I did talk to a senior defense official who was at home. He was one of them who told us tonight was not the night. He said, I wouldn't be at home if I thought this was the big deal. This developed. We were told that the generals essentially had this order from the president that as things came available, if it was necessary to take the action, to go ahead and do it, and that is exactly what happened.
Very interesting. Brett Baer, our eyes and ears at the Pentagon for us at this hour and throughout the night. Let's go back to Britt in Washington. Britt?
Shep, obviously it's a matter of some urgent interest. Interesting to hear that General McInerney was correct when he suggested to us earlier that cruise missiles may not have been what was in play here, but rather the F-117 stealth fighters. Now that is a nighttime plane that comes in and can't be seen by radar, right?
It's a stealthy fighter, but the important thing about this is it uses lasers, and without being too specific, they had obviously intelligence. Certain people were moving, and the 117 is very precise because the lasers, we're talking like 2 feet.
Right. Now, one of the things we're watching for, of course, is to see whether the forces with whom we have Fox News personnel embedded are beginning to move and get an idea whether the full attack and the full assault is underway. We're in touch now with former Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, who is reporting for Fox News with the Marine Corps. Ollie, can you hear me?
Britt, I've got you loud and clear, and I'm standing next to one of the Marine officers who are going to go into the attack as soon as the President gives the word on the next step in this. Our advanced base here, which we've nicknamed Freedom Base, is going to be the location from which the first major attack into Iraq is launched. And it is going to be one of those devastating attacks that, quite frankly, the world has never seen. The captain standing beside me is one of those extraordinarily well-trained officers who are going to fly that mission, and I'd like the American people to hear from this captain in his own words, this U.S. Marine, the kind of preparations he's made, Britt. Captain Roan, you have been working on this plan for some time, have you not?
Yes, sir, we have.
And tell me a little bit about the kind of training you've gone through.
Well, I've been going through training for the last year and a half since I got to the squadron. My peers have been through much more training than that. I feel that from my peers all the way through to the maintainers who keep these aircraft flying, and to the CO who's leading us into combat, we're as well prepared as any military force can be to go into combat.
You've participated in night training persistently since we've been here. I mean, day and night the preparations have gone on, but much of it focusing on night training. And of course, it appears that our mission will go
late at night where it's least expected, and quite frankly, an unprecedented kind of operation. Do you have a confidence that the night vision equipment that we have, the nuclear, biological, and protective equipment, is up to the task?
Absolutely, sir. As you said, we train at night constantly. We prefer to fight at night. It gives us an advantage over the enemy that no one else has.
And Captain Rowan, if you would, just look in that camera and say hi to anybody.
Percentage of the weapons used were precision-guided weapons. Now most of them are, so they had the capability to act apparently on intelligence information and seized an opportunity to decapitate, as they say in parlance. And let's hope that it succeeded, because one of the prime objectives that's even more important than in 1991 is civilian casualties being minimized. And if this works,
Exactly right. Earlier when you were suggesting that this was something that came up, an unexpected opportunity, a target of opportunity. This was based on recent intelligence, timely intelligence that senior Iraqi leadership had gathered in one location. It was a fixed target, as some of you were suggesting earlier. They did have intelligence that Iraqi leadership was gathering there, and as the president put it tonight, it was an attempt to undermine Saddam Hussein's ability to wage war. Obviously an attempt to go after command and control, to lop off some of the leadership to whom some of the troops might be loyal, but also those people who might be able to intimidate those down lower in the ranks that American officials have consistently believed are not that loyal to Saddam Hussein and would not fight given any opportunity to avoid it. This was
The person responsible for Halabja 15 years ago this week would have been assigned to that area, which would be in the immediate front of any operation, any ground operation. What are the concerns in Kuwait which you can read to us about what could happen preemptively from the Iraqi side now?
Well, 2 points on that, Nick. First of all, militarily, the coalition forces that are assembled here, mainly the British and the Americans, of course, were extremely frightened of a preemptive attack by the Iraqi forces before any decision by the President of the United States to send those forces in. We were witnessing last night some aerial attacks by American and British forces on some artillery positions in southern Iraq, just to the in southern Kuwait, in southern Iraq, just to the right-hand side of the border, near where the water meets the Kuwaiti-Iraqi border. Whether that was a preemptive action in order to stop any chemical attack or whatever, we don't know. It might just have been on ordinary artillery positions ahead of any ground forces going in. On the civilian side, yes, these fears were extremely real. Obviously, the Kuwaiti people, the Kuwaiti country, suffered it badly 12 years ago.
There have been regularly scheduled flight ops all night, or at least for the last several hours anymore. Anyway, F-14s and F-18s have been coming and going off of the U.S. constellation. Now, these were regularly scheduled flights, and we have not had any new information to say that any of these flights were participated in this target of opportunity strike. However, there has been much movement here on the ship. The mood is very upbeat. Sailors are extremely determined and upbeat, and are waiting for what they're hoping to be the larger strike when the president comes back to us on that. Jeff?
Kevin, aside from what they've heard about and maybe seen on the television, if such a thing is possible, they've been given no orders and no change in status of any kind just yet, right?
Exactly. As of yet, we have had no change at all. The last few hours, we have been under basically we have been under what is called a River City 2, which means we cannot be doing telephone calls, transmissions, whatever. We were just released from that a little while ago. But as you said, there have been no new levels at all. Nothing has changed here, according to them so far.
Fox journalist Kevin Monahan aboard the USS Constellation in the Persian Gulf. Kevin, our best to those men and women on board there. Thank you. This just into Fox News Channel through Reuters News Service. British military spokesman says no orders have yet been given for a U.S., U.K., and allied attack on the ground against Iraq. Not surprising in any way, because all of the information that we've been given has been that this will be a targeted air campaign to start at least for the first 24 to 48 hours. It's our understanding from the military sources that they have targeted some 7,000 sites, which they would like to hit prior to any ground forces going in over the first 48 hours. That to make them deaf and blind, for lack of a better phrase, so that they can't communicate with their troops, so that they can't see with radar what's happening in the sky, to soften up the targets before the ground forces make their way in. Of course, very many of those, tens of thousands, will be coming in from Kuwait, just across the border. A number of military personnel are now stationed, and our own Adam Housley is live outside our newsroom in Kuwait City. Adam, what do you know?
Shep, there's an abnormal calm here in Kuwait City. In fact, the numbers of people on the street right now, the numbers of cars out, are not what you normally see at this time of the morning. As you talked about, the troop movements really began here yesterday. We talked about them going into the demilitarized zone, and the interesting point about that was it happened during the day. We've spent a number of days out with the troops. Of course, our embedded crews are out there. The thought all along was the first movements would be at night, but according to Kuwaiti officials, according to military sources, that began yesterday at 11 a.m. as they moved into that 9-mile demilitarized zone, 3 miles on the Kuwaiti side, of course, and 6 miles on the Iraqi side. That might be the element of surprise here, as Britt talked about a moment ago, the fact that it did not do any of their movements yesterday at night, but in fact during the day, and that these strikes went down so late in the evening or early in the morning in our case, is the element of surprise here, it seems to be thus far. As we talked about also, the embedded crews, many of our embedded crews, Oliver North, of course, was not one of them, but they have gone blacked out, meaning they cannot talk to us right now. They cannot go live, so to speak, using their video phones or their movable dishes. We're hoping to hear from them as soon as possible. But right now, Kuwait still is in the wait-and-see mode. There is still some people here that believe that there will be retribution headed our way, or potentially some sort of retribution headed our way from Saddam Hussein, because he has threatened this country a number of times over the last few months. Shep?
All right, Adam Housley is in our Kuwait City newsroom. Adam, stay with us. We talked about this, the ground assault, which has not yet begun. No orders have been given for a ground assault, and it's our early information that no ground assault would happen until after an extensive air campaign. But once that ground assault does begin, it would begin most likely in the Persian Gulf, with Marine Expeditionary Units coming aground, and then a number of different battalions making their way in. Included in those, the 3rd Infantry Division, the 1st Brit, with their Challenger tanks and the rest, all making their way, some 40 to 50, even 60,000 troops coming from the border with Kuwait, marching all the way toward Baghdad, a process which could take 2 to 3 days, depending on the amount of trouble that they run into along the way. Included in that trouble potentially would be word that Saddam Hussein has plans, at least, to potentially break a dam north and west of Baghdad, which would, theoretically at least, flood many of the areas through which the Allied forces would attempt to travel. The good news is that it has been a very dry season, and to this point, it's our understanding, that that sort of flooding might not do the job that the Iraqis might hope. It's my understanding that we've just gotten our first videotape and are able to replay the first videotape of what we believe to be the first strikes. Producers in the booth, is that ready? And here it comes. And those were the first strikes, again believed to be from a stealth bomber. And what you hear now, if I'm not mistaken, is AAA, or anti-aircraft fire, which came immediately after the flyover of those stealths. Now, timing on all of this was very important. They had these targets of opportunity. They'd been watching for Iraqi leadership quite clearly. The stealth bombers need the cover of night. This happened almost exactly 1 hour ago. It's now 10:40 p.m. here in New York. This happening just about 20 minutes before 6 a.m. at Baghdad, just before or right at first light. And you could hear that the bombs were dropped and the stealth fighters were most likely long gone before any of that anti-aircraft fire made its way into the sky. What we do not know at this point is whether those surgical strikes on targets of opportunity, i.e. Iraqi leadership, were successful. And if they were, this could be an enormous first strike for Allied forces in the effort to topple the Iraqi regime. Britt Hume?
Shep, I think it's possible to suggest now that that this story for the moment is over. That what we have here, as you indicate, was a target of opportunity that came within the gun sight, so to speak, of U.S. commanders, and they went for it. And the next big thing to await would be word from the Pentagon or from commanders in the field about what the result of this strike was. But in the meantime, let's check in with our Pentagon correspondent, Brett Baer, for any further word he may have. Brett?
Well, Britt, senior CENTCOM officials are actually working on some information trying to get us the latest about these strikes. Again, just to review, we can confirm that F-117 stealth fighters were used in those attacks. We can tell you that cruise missiles were launched from a handful of ships in both the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf. We asked how many. They said double digits. Not clear how many exactly. There were multiple targets, according to senior defense officials. They were leadership targets, targets of opportunity that developed after, as we've been talking about, intelligence came to the U.S. military about the location of certain leadership. It's not clear whether Saddam Hussein is among those. Now, we can tell you that the indication we're getting from defense officials is that this is, as you mentioned, slowing down, and this was just the selected targets, as the president mentioned, that came about. This is not the beginning of the shock and awe, the massive campaign that we will likely see sometime in the very near future.
Brett, thanks very much. Of course, one of the questions about all along has been how well U.S. intelligence in Iraq is able to track the movements of the main Iraqi leader, but also subordinate Iraqi leaders. So for more on that, let's turn to Fox News correspondent Rita Cosby. Rita?
Hi, Brett. Well, intelligence sources are telling me, just to add some information to what Brett has been reporting, that for the last 3.5 weeks, they have been tracking 5 key Iraqi leaders, and they say they include Saddam Hussein, his 2 sons, and 2 others, and that the surgical strike tonight was on one of those 5, and it may have even been a meeting including more than one of the 5. So in other words, there is a possibility, they're saying, and of course they don't know at this point, maybe Saddam Hussein, maybe one of his sons, or maybe one of those other 2 key Iraqi leaders may have been hit tonight. Also, what we have been reporting is, in addition to, and this is something that you just hit on, Britt, that this was something that they did get this information last minute, but what my sources are telling me is that it was always planned to be this way. This is not the massive wave, that massive shock and awe that we were anticipating. That is going to happen down the road, probably, sometime in the next 24, 48 hours or so. But this is a preliminary strike, specifically a surgical strike on one of 5, or possibly more than that, of the key Iraqi leadership that they have gotten significant intelligence on. In other words, they believe that they were able to pinpoint one of the Iraqi leaders. And just to give you an idea, Brett, one of my intelligence sources were saying that they had a pretty good idea specifically which bunker Saddam Hussein was in about 8.5 hours ago. They do not know if Saddam Hussein was hit tonight. Again, they don't know if his sons were hit, but they do believe they may have been lucky, if the strike was successful, getting one of the top 5 key Iraqi leadership information. In addition to this, Brett, I'm also told that they cannot rule out that they may do another strike like this, another surgical strike on the leadership again, before we see this massive wave of shock and awe that we've been hearing about. They again are saying that this is just sort of the opening salvo, but that the main act is still to come. Back to you.
Rita, obviously we will await with great interest any information you can further develop from us on that, and it seems to me that that we are going to be eager to hear from the Pentagon as soon as any kind of briefing becomes available to us, and so obviously we're hoping to learn as much as we can as soon as we can about that. Interesting how it must feel if you were one of those people on that list, and if you're still alive and you know what just happened, you might be feeling mighty uncomfortable. Shep?
Britt Hume, no doubt about it. We've just gotten this reporting from our Jim Angle at the White House, who says that no palaces, none of Saddam Hussein's palaces were targeted in this particular strike. Rita Cosby reporting that they were looking for 5 Iraqi leaders. The question was, would they be able to get the 5 of them together at the same time? We have no idea whether they were able to do so, except we do believe that first targeted was a bunker. Jim Engel can confirm that targeted not once was in fact one of Saddam Hussein's palaces. Let's go to Doha, Qatar now. That's the head of U.S. or Allied Forces Central Command for this campaign against the Iraqi leadership and to disarm the Iraqi regime. Our correspondent Mike Tobin is there live now. Mike, any activity?
Well, what I can tell you at this point, Shepard, is something that was told to me very early on here by a contact at the Al Udeid Air Base, that if the F-117s are used in the course of this conflict, the F-117s will have taken off from the Al Udeid Air Base that is located here in Doha, Qatar, immediately south of the Doha Bay. Spoke with some of the contacts this morning at the base there, and they say that their operations are proceeding as normal, but that would stand to reason. They have been in a pattern of operating at 24 hours a day at this point, participating in the Operation Southern Watch, the patrols over the Southern No-Fly Zone, as well as Operation Enduring Freedom. You had flights taking off here, patrolling over Afghanistan. So a contact waiting at the base might not notice anything new or unusual if you do have the F-117 Nighthawks taking off there. These are aircraft capable of carrying 2 laser-guided munitions each as they participate in these operations. As far as the operations here at the forward-based U.S. Central Command, the President said we would go into this conflict reluctantly. It appears that CENTCOM has gone into this quite smoothly. So kind of the way things were at the Al Udeid base there, operating very smoothly. The machine got into gear far ahead of time, weeks and months ahead of time. The Joint Operations Center, the JOC at CENTCOM here, had been in a 24-hour mode long time prior to this. You didn't see a big rush of people running around here. The staff at the media center came in here for the regularly scheduled meeting. Things are proceeding from the outward appearance as normal, and everything that we have learned up to this point would support this theory that they came in and found a target of opportunity. All the information that we got from the contacts here, that we wouldn't necessarily see this start with airstrikes in Baghdad. We would see the beginning of this conflict in some other way, shape, or form. So to see this start with at least minor airstrikes in Baghdad would support the theory that this was a target of opportunity, some intelligence that was developed, and the military acted on it at that point. Shepard?
No doubt about it. Mike Tobin, who's live at Central Command in Doha, Qatar. We'll get back to you as events warrant. This from U.S. military spokesman David Anderson, Major David Anderson, who says now that he is unable to confirm any ground activity at the moment, and we can further get confirmation that the ground portion of all of this has not begun. Witnesses there at the Kuwait-Iraqi border have said in the area where the U.S. and allied forces have been massing for some days now, they say that all is quiet around the demilitarized zone, that 6-mile area on the Iraqi side and the 3-mile area on the Kuwaiti side of the border there. No ground strike has begun. Instead, what we have here is a strategic strike to let it all begin. And this, tomorrow's newspaper today, the New York Post, owned by the parent company of this network, saying that jet strike, you can see down here, U.S. bombs smash artillery missiles. The paper says that, in fact, this was in the no-fly zone, but the truth of the matter is these strikes came just outside Baghdad. As Brett Baer reported from the Pentagon, it's our understanding that there were double-digit strikes, and it's also our understanding that those came from stealth bombers, not from cruise missiles, or that's what the early reports were. And we showed you a well, actually, you know, we know that they came from stealth fighters. I can also tell you that we have the first tape now of those first strikes, which came to us from one of our news service cameras there inside Baghdad, and here that is as it happened. And there you go, from the F-117s and from cruise missiles, multiple firings at, to our early knowledge, one target, though we'll get details from the Pentagon about what that target was and if, in fact, it was successful at the Pentagon's in the Pentagon's a good time. At this point, we can tell you that the campaign against Iraq has begun. And now 10 minutes before 10 o'clock here, let's go to Simon Marks, who is live in our newsroom in Amman, Jordan. Simon?
Well, Shep, there's one detail about what's occurring in Baghdad that I think tells us a lot about what has happened over the course of the past hour or so. Iraqi state television remains very much on the air and very much still broadcasting patriotic images, images of Saddam Hussein, images of Iraqi fighters and defense forces, and images of protesters who have taken to the streets in Baghdad over the course of the past 48 hours to demonstrate against any war. We know that Iraqi state radio has been taken off air and apparently seized by the United States military, but it's much easier, of course, to seize control of state radio than it is of state television. The assumption had always been that in the opening hours of shock and awe, when it gets underway, communications facilities, including Iraqi state television, would be targeted. So the fact that Iraqi television remains on air and is still broadcasting to the Iraqi nation, broadcasting what Saddam Hussein wants the Iraqi nation to see, is, I think, a clear indication that this was an attack on a target of opportunity and not the start of a broader salvo against positions inside Baghdad. Here in Amman, as in Baghdad, day has broken. The attacks occurred very late into the night here, around 4:30 our time in Amman, 5:30 in Baghdad. Many residents in this city told us they were planning to stay up all night and watch television because they had been anticipating that shock and awe would indeed get underway overnight. In a sense, this is going to give the government of Jordan and governments across this region an opportunity now to try and sample public opinion in the light of what appears to have been an attack on a target of opportunity and not the start of that very significant military operation against Baghdad that everyone in this part of the world continues to expect. So we'll be gauging reaction here in Amman over the next few hours and reaction from across the Arab world, and continuing to watch those images on Iraqi television, waiting to see when they get taken off air. Reporting from Amman, I'm Simon Marks. Going to hand it back to Britt Hume now in Washington.
Simon Marks, thank you very much. The ever-poised Simon Marks, who has helped Fox News out from many a location around the world. Tonight, of course, the attack that was made on Baghdad may have been targeted, it may have been small, it may have been merely a target of opportunity and not the beginning of the massive assault that has long been expected. However, it was sufficient to call President Bush to the Oval Office to deliver the remarks that it seems clear he had prepared for him to deliver at the time that that assault began. Here is a portion of what the President said just a short time ago.
On my orders, coalition forces have begun striking selected targets of military importance to undermine Saddam Hussein's ability to wage war. These are opening stages of what will be a broad and concerted campaign. More than 35 countries are giving crucial support, from the use of naval and air bases to help with intelligence and logistics to the deployment of combat units. Every nation in this coalition has chosen to bear the duty and share the honor of serving in our common defense.
I think the key words there, at least in the portion of what the President said you just heard, was he said the coalition forces had begun striking selected targets. And then he went on, as you heard, to refer to this as the opening stages of what will be a broad and concerted campaign. So the President delivering a statement that he might have prepared for a different moment, but nonetheless delivering it. And as of now, of course, it appears that the campaign is underway, and whether it pauses for a number of hours or at some point resumes, or whether there are further targets of opportunity that the U.S. and its allies choose to act upon, obviously remains to be seen. Let us turn now to the man who covers President Bush on a daily basis, our senior White House correspondent, Jim Angle. Jim?
Britt, we can give you a little bit of detail now about how this day unfolded and when the decision was made. Obviously, the President is having National Security Council meetings a couple of times a day these days. In fact, we saw the Defense Secretary and General Myers here today. But later in the afternoon, the President sat down at about 3:40 with Vice President Cheney, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, CIA Director George Tenet, and Condoleezza Rice, his National Security Advisor. They met, Britt, from 3:40 in the afternoon till 7:20 this evening. And it was in that meeting that the decision to give the go-ahead was made. The president made that decision. They walked out of that meeting and conveyed that. The president walked down the hall to his speechwriter to talk about the speech he would give tonight, the one that you just played parts of a moment ago. Officials were able to say after that there was no doubt that the war had begun. Now, the president, after talking to his speechwriter, actually took a break, went back over to the residence and had dinner with the First Lady. After that, he went back to the Oval Office, met with Andy Card late this evening, who, of course, told him that Saddam Hussein had not left Baghdad, had not left Iraq, according to CIA reports. The president then went back to the Oval Office at 9:30, 9:45 to practice that speech, gave it, and then, of course, went back to the residence. He is said to be comfortable with the decision he made, that he is focused on the mission and the state of the country, according to a senior administration official. So once again, Brett, that decision was made in a very lengthy, almost 3-hour meeting this afternoon, actually almost 4-hour meeting, about 3.5 hours, with the Vice President, the Defense Secretary, the CIA Director, and his National Security Advisor, in which they obviously discussed the information that led them to this target of opportunity, and in which they decided to go ahead and begin hostilities against Iraq. Brett?
Jim Angle, thank you very much. As I've noted earlier, I think that the next moment, most anxiously awaited and eagerly awaited moment in this unfolding series of events now may be coming from the Pentagon, or at least from the Department of Defense, when we get some idea, when they get some idea and can in turn give to us some idea of what was achieved in this airstrike. Now, let's turn now for any further information we may be able to get from the Pentagon now to our Pentagon correspondent, Brett Baer. Brett?
Hi, Brett. Defense officials are telling us right now there are no plans for a briefing tonight. There may be a briefing tomorrow. Again, we've talked about this, that this was a target of opportunity, and I want to clarify that F-117 stealth fighters were used, as were cruise missiles from cruisers, destroyers, and subs in the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf. Again, no briefing tonight. We expect something out of Central Command Forward Headquarters, where Mike Tobin is at Camp Asaliya in Qatar, sometime soon. However, nothing is planned here at the Pentagon tonight. What we can tell you is that one senior defense official told me this is not a day. Also, another said, if I thought this was the big deal, I wouldn't have gone home tonight. As you mentioned earlier, we were told that tonight it was okay to go home and get a good night's sleep, and that tonight wasn't going to be the night. But as the night developed, we're told intelligence developed and leadership targets were hit. We are still waiting on the battle damage assessment for exactly what was hit in Baghdad and south of Baghdad. We understand there are at least 2 targets. And again, we're dealing with double digits of cruise missiles and F-117 fighter strikes. Those carry 2 precision-guided bombs on each one. So a number of munitions dropped, but it is a small attack compared to the shock and awe that we expect to see when the full war starts.
Brett Baer, thank you very much. Let me turn to Fox News military analysts who have joined me tonight. First, General Tom McInerney. Does this sequence of events tonight give you some clue, some sense about how this commander-in-chief deals with the military?
Yes, it does, Britt, and I like it. I like what I see. It caught us off by a little bit of surprise, but that's good. And it tells me that the commander-in-chief, the president, has given the authority to the commanders in the field to do some things that are way out of the book and take some risks at doing certain things. And most of all, it tells me that the Iraqi people know today that we weren't after them, we're after their leader. And I think we've probably made a lot of Iraqi people happy.
Can people actually be happy, General Bob Scales, when bombs are dropping on their country? I mean, obviously, it remains to be seen how effective this strike was, and described as puny by the standards that we've come to expect from this assault when it comes. Nonetheless, it sounds like there's a fair number of bombs were dropped.
Well, I think the point is that there may very well be unintended consequences in this attack. What it does is a couple of things. Number one, it sends a signal to Saddam that maybe we didn't get him this time, but we're but we know where he is, and we're going after him. And that begins that whole process of psychological takedown, where you work on the mind of the leadership and you convince them that while they're trying to run the war, they're going to have to run away from bombs. And that's a significant message to send to their leadership.
Do you estimate that that was a byproduct of this strike or the purpose of it?
I think it's both. I really do. Yeah, I think that the purpose of warfare of this campaign is more psychological than it's physical. The purpose of this campaign is to cause a collapse of will, and the collapse of will isn't the will of the Iraqi people or even the Iraqi army. It's to collapse the will of the leadership. That's your center of gravity, is Saddam and his two sons. You work on their minds and you end this war much more quickly than if you follow a more traditional approach. I think what happened tonight sent a great signal, and I think it was brilliant.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Shep Smith, back to you, buddy.
Britt, thank you. It's 11 o'clock in the east now, 8 o'clock in the west. This is Fox News and Fox News Channel continuing coverage of the campaign which now has begun to liberate and disarm Iraq. The first strikes came at just about 5:35 local time in Baghdad, just about an hour and a half ago, with a surgical strike. A series of surgical strikes from both F-117 stealth and from cruise missiles targeting Iraqi leadership. Our senior correspondent Rita Cosby is reporting that they had had under surveillance for a number of days 5 senior Iraqi leaders, including Saddam Hussein and his 2 sons. We can further confirm tonight that no palaces were targeted. Instead, it now appears that the leadership believed they saw Saddam Hussein and other top leaders in a bunker, and that they struck that bunker when the time was right, just at first light this morning, or Thursday morning, inside Baghdad. Actually, these bunkers just outside the city. Air raid sirens went off and the bombs began to fall. I can further report that the British are now saying that Prime Minister Tony Blair had about a 20-minute conversation with President Bush prior to any strikes this evening or this morning in Baghdad. But British at Central Command, there are now reports to indicate, were, quote, stunned by this activity, clearly not part of pre-planning. But it is still up in the air at this point whether folks there were fully aware of what was going on at all either. The president had said, take out strategic targets if you can, and at this point it appears they have. Brett Baer reporting from the Pentagon that no briefings are scheduled for this evening, and what we believe has happened is just an initial strike, not part of the shock and awe campaign, which is fully expected sometime in the hours or days ahead. But clearly that sort of campaign most often does not begin in the daytime, and information has been clear and widespread that that sort of thing would happen at night. Brett Baer saying no Pentagon briefing scheduled for tonight. We've just gotten from our White House producer Dave Schott a reminder that 1 hour from now the White House officially closes, and that there will be no briefings from the White House, nothing expected from the White House until the Ari Fleischer gaggle, if it's called, which is a news briefing for reporters only with the cameras off, sort of briefing before the briefing for reporters, scheduled for 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. So that's the latest as we know it. For more, let's go to our newsroom in Amman, Jordan. Actually in Kuwait City. Why don't we go there first? And Fox News correspondent Adam Housley. Adam?
Shep, you touched on this moments ago. In fact, we talked about the troop movements and how there isn't much going on apparently up at the border. We just got off the phone with 2 of our Kuwaiti military contacts here. They've been a wealth of information from the beginning because they are basically standing by and watching everything pass them by. In fact, it began yesterday, really, when some of the Allied and coalition troops moved by the Kuwaiti forces and into the demilitarized zone. They told me on the phone that, yes, troop movements continue, but not out of the DMZ. There's still some action going on within that 9-mile wide strip. Of course, 3 miles on the Kuwaiti side, 6 miles on the Iraqi side. Apparently, he says they're assessing the situation there. There is some worry, of course, of chemically laced mines, which has been the concern from the outset. Whether or not that could be there or not, they're still looking into that. He says many of the American troops and regiments are preparing themselves, continuing the convoys northward and getting into position along the border on the Kuwaiti side. We have heard from our embedded crews last night from Greg Kelly, among others, that was going on. He says that does continue this morning, but there are no major troop movements into the DMZ or out of the DMZ. Just basically business as usual. That began yesterday at about 11 a.m. our time here, about 3 a.m. on the East Coast in New York City. That's when the troop movements first began into the DMZ, and he says they continue right now, but not in any sort of massive amount of numbers. Shep?
All right, Adam Housley live in our newsroom inside Kuwait City. This just coming into us from Washington. Senator Joseph Lieberman has just given a statement saying that, in fact, he is a Democrat and President Bush is a Republican, and at this moment there is no difference between us. The rallying around the president, around the flag, and around the troops clearly has begun, as has the conflict in Iraq. Britt?
A similar statement coming as well from Democratic Senator John Edwards, who, like Senator Lieberman, Shep, is a candidate for his party's presidential nomination. Senator Lieberman and Senator Edwards of South Carolina, both being, of North Carolina, both being men who voted in favor of the resolution authorizing this conflict with Iraq, and both now tonight out with statements, as we note, in support of what is unfolding. We now have we may now have enough information about the nature of this strike that we can get an assessment of what it tells us from retired U.S. Navy Captain Chuck Nash, who is in our Fox News briefing set tonight. And Captain, I'm wondering if you can give us your thoughts and your sense of what, from what little we know, of what happened here.
Good evening, Britt. Be happy to. The President's statements that you said where they were going after selected targets, that these were the opening stages, and then he went on to talk about the criminal regime and using his own people to shield military targets. That is consistent with statements that would lead you to taking out leadership targets. And to clarify that, there are military targets, industrial targets, weapons of mass destruction targets, and leadership targets. So what it looks like, if I could go to the screenwriter and reconstruct some of the reports that we've had, you'll remember that last week there were some cruisers that were moved down from the Mediterranean down into the Red Sea. Those cruisers are reported, according to these early reports, that cruise missiles came out of these cruisers in the Red Sea up toward Baghdad and out of the Persian Gulf, and additionally that stealth fighters flying out of Qatar also took part in the strike. Now, when you put that together, it appears that this is not the shock and awe that we have been told is coming, this devastating, blinding, you'll know it when you see it. Instead, what this was, according to what we've been able
figure out what exactly they achieved in this limited strike.
Just to confirm to you, Paul, that
lifting and nation-lifting videos, and many times they are dancing in the streets and parading as they were there, most of the time sending a message at least to stay behind the Iraqi leader throughout, to support the troops, saying most recently tonight that victory will be ours, that victory will be sweet. Again, Fox News can confirm now that in fact, Saddam Hussein says, at least, his administration says, that he will address the Iraqi nation shortly. We have a translator on standby, and should he do so, we will take you to him live wherever it is that he happens to be. One more thing on this strike which has happened inside Afghanistan. No coincidence here. The United States has believed throughout over the last couple of weeks that they were much closer than ever before to capturing Osama bin Laden. 1,000 men from the 82nd Airborne have conducted a strike now in southeastern Afghanistan, and in fact, Geraldo Rivera is with them as it happened. We have now been able to learn that Geraldo will have his video phone up shortly, and we'll get an exclusive report from Geraldo from the 82nd Airborne in just a few minutes. Now, back to Iraq. With this war's first U.S. strike on Baghdad, Iraq is responding with defiance. State-run radio initially sent a message to the Americans saying, quote, "It's an inferno that awaits," and adding, "Let them try their faltering luck." this on Iraqi radio aimed at the United States. The U.S. military, meanwhile, has begun transmitting on Iraqi state radio. The message for Iraq reportedly is, this is the day you have been waiting for. The opening round in the campaign against Iraq has now begun. I want to go now to more of our correspondents who are in the field. I want to begin now with Chris Klein, who is in northern Iraq, in Kurdish-controlled northern Iraq, for any word on new progress there. Chris, what do you know?
Shepard, I'm in the village of Kalak, which is a town really on the demarcation line separating Kurdish and Iraqi forces. I'm only about 800 yards away from Iraqi entrenchments where there are sandbag machine gun positions, mortar pits, and bunkers. But quite frankly, there's nothing hostile happening whatsoever. With a pair of binoculars, I watched a group of Iraqi soldiers on the ridgeline behind me having breakfast, having an early meeting with their officer.
Excuse me.
I'm with about a platoon of Kurdish fighters here in a fortified position.
And I apologize for the satellite delay that makes it so cumbersome, but I want to go to Sky News correspondent David Chater. Sky News, our British sister station in the United Kingdom. He has just put on his hard hat and is reporting that air raid sirens have just gone off again in Baghdad. Let's listen.
I must take good shelter. Indeed, David. We will come back to you shortly. Keep safe there, David.
David Chater of our sister network, Sky News, based in Great Britain and with whom we're sharing resources during this conflict with Iraq. You saw the pictures there. You heard the air raid siren there. Let's listen to Sky Network coverage for just a moment.
Zone about 70 or 80 miles to the north of Kuwait City, where I am at the moment, are saying that in the last half hour or so, they've heard an increased amount of artillery fire coming from over the border in Iraq. It suggests perhaps that Allied artillery is being fired into the Iraqi border area, particularly between Route 80, which is the main route directly north from Kuwait City across into Iraq. Between there and Basra, that main southern city we've heard so much.
Well, there you go, and continuing coverage on our Sky Network in London. And should we be able to get more to correspondent David Chater, who's on a roof in Center City in Baghdad with reports that air raid sirens are going off again, we will take you back to that camera as we can. In the meantime, we are monitoring internally David Chater, who is back up and on the satellite. They are working to get their connection put together, but here's the situation. We learned from the Persian Gulf War in 1991 that often air raid sirens go off once the campaign began without there actually being an air raid going on. Now David Chater from Sky Network yet again.
At the moment, hope you're managing to keep safe as best you can. What can you see? Tell us.
Well, I've just been asking the local Iraqi journalists here on the building, because obviously I was disturbed by that air raid siren. They tell me that it's the all clear. Now, what that means, I don't know, but you know, I erred on the side of caution and precaution there. But they're saying that's the all clear. It's a standard.
And there you go. If you remember from watching the endless coverage in 1991, the air raid sirens would go off. They would blow for an extended period of time. Then there'd be calm, and then a short siren, which lasted only a period of seconds, to let the Iraqi people know that the immediate danger was in fact over. And in fact, that's the notification that David Chater and the people of Baghdad have been given in just the last minute or so. That's the first all clear of what promises to be, if not a lengthy campaign, certainly an impressive one, with 6,000 targets already identified for the first 48 hours of the shock and awe portion of this campaign. We have every reason to believe that the shock and awe portion has not yet begun. But as Sky Network was reporting, and as we have reported before, more artillery fire has been heard along the Kuwaiti border, believed to be Allied forces, British forces, American forces firing across the demilitarized zone, the 6 miles on the Iraqi side, the 3 miles on the Kuwaiti side, and into an area where there may or may not be a substantial number of Iraqi forces. It's our understanding that the vast majority of those forces are off the border, are around military sites there and airstrips along Kuwait, and the rest, the senior Republican Guard, the Special Republican Guard, are in closer to Baghdad, protecting Saddam Hussein and his senior leadership. Saddam Hussein, as we mentioned just a few moments ago, expected to address the Iraqi nation on television or that's the word they've given anyway, in just a few moments. If in fact he does show up to do that, we'll take you there live. With apologies to Chris Klein for the interruption just a few minutes ago, I want to return now to northern Iraq and our correspondent Chris Klein. Chris, my apologies. Please continue.
Quite all right, Shepard. If indeed the awesome display of aerial firepower that you describe will be characterized as shock and awe here, I'm afraid it is a question of hurry up and wait. As I was mentioning earlier, I'm with about a company of Kurdish guerrillas. We're about 800 yards away from Iraqi entrenchments where there are bunkers, machine gun positions, mortars, anti-aircraft guns, a lot of them quite well hidden. But I watched through a pair of binoculars a group of Iraqi soldiers very calmly, very openly having breakfast, having what looked like a military briefing with their officer. Meanwhile, the Kurdish guerrillas that I'm with have been taunting the Iraqi soldiers to come across and surrender, but so far no surrender and not a shot fired here.
All right, good news indeed. Thank you very much. We're continuing to monitor Iraqi TV to find out if and when Saddam Hussein will be speaking. This could be any number of things. This report from the Iraqi regime, it could be initially to let the people of Iraq know that this attempt to take out their leadership did not take out Saddam Hussein. But we have not yet seen him, and we do not yet know specifically whether the missile strike and the coordinated strike with F-117A stealth fighters was a successful one. We do not anticipate briefings from the Pentagon tonight. The White House is closed for the evening, but that doesn't mean that those particular situations cannot change. Just to update on what we've learned in the most recent minutes, two fronts now. Inside Iraq, the air campaign began and ended quite quickly. The all-clear signal has gone off. Now this coming in from Reuters television news service, Iraqi military official says the U.S. hit military facilities and positions. That from the Iraqis this morning in Baghdad, describing in fact what they say we hit. Back to Saddam Hussein and this message to the nation. Our correspondent in Washington, Brian Wilson, reminds, and his point is well taken, that any message we may see could well have been taped in advance. We will most likely know or have some idea based on the content of that message, and again, we're standing by from that. Equally important and maybe more fascinating, though we don't yet know in the early going, this strike in southeastern Afghanistan. 1,000 men from the 82nd Airborne have launched the largest strike in more than a year in search of al-Qaeda fighters and in search, quite frankly, of Osama bin Laden. Our Geraldo Rivera is there. He is live with the 82nd Airborne, and we will take you live to him in just a few minutes as Fox News Channel continuing coverage of the strike against Iraq. It is now midnight in the east, 8 a.m. in Baghdad, 9 p.m. on the west coast of America. We are 2.5 hours into the campaign to liberate the Iraqi people and to disarm the Iraqi regime. I want to take you back to the moment it all began, 40 minutes past the hour of 10 o'clock in New York City, 40 minutes past the hour of 5 in Baghdad, and the first shots of the new campaign.
المكان الذي تستهدفه الطائرات الأمريكية، الطائرات غير مرئية تماما، ولكننا نشاهد الرشاشات المضادة للطائرات عن أسطح المنازل، عن سطح وزارة الإعلام، من فوق مبنى وزارة الإعلام، وفوق المباني المرتفعة المجاورة.
This is where all all of that began from the Persian Gulf, Tomahawk missiles launching, and at the same time, F-117A stealth fighters, a coordinated strike on Iraqi leadership. All of that happening in an attempt to decapitate the Iraqi regime and to take out its leadership. Iraqi television continues to report that President Saddam Hussein will broadcast shortly to the nation after the United States launched the war to overthrow him. Quoting here the Iraqi administration, "We will broadcast to you an important speech by the president, direct leader, and struggler Saddam Hussein. May God protect him." That, according to a television announcer, as translated a short time ago from Iraqi TV. But here you see the beginning of it all. Rita Cosby reporting that this was not unexpected and not unplanned, that the idea long ago had been that at the moment they could, they would go in to try and take out leadership targets if possible. I would like to update real quickly before we get to Saddam Hussein and his reported message to the nation. This just coming to us from Afghanistan. As you know, coordinated strikes, it would appear at least, in both Iraq and southeastern Afghanistan as the hunt for Osama bin Laden continues. Dateline Bagram, Afghanistan. The U.S. Army said it had launched a fresh military operation in southern Afghanistan on Thursday morning, a short time ago, with an air assault southeast of the city of Kandahar. Quoting here, the White Devils of Coalition Task Force 82 began Operation Valiant Strike, is what they're calling it, with an air assault at 6 a.m. local time in Afghanistan, 10 p.m. local time in New York City. The White Devils Coalition Task Force 82 beginning Operation Valiant Strike with that air assault. This, according to the U.S. military in a statement issued at Bagram Air Base, its headquarters in Afghanistan. Quoting here, Valiant Strike will consist of an offensive operation and a series of offensive operations south and east of Kandahar. You can see the area here, though we don't know exactly on that map where they have struck. Geraldo Rivera certainly does. He is traveling with the 82nd Airborne. To my knowledge, he's the only television reporter traveling with the 82nd Airborne. And at this moment, he has been asked not to fire up his video phone. The moment the Army believes it is the right thing to do, we'll bring you a live report on Iraq at what is clearly an attempt, if not only to take out al-Qaeda, an attempt to find Osama bin Laden. Imagine in the early going of a campaign against Iraq what that sort of a development might bring. I want to go inside Iraq now to reporter Chris Jumpelt. Chris Jumpelt, a German reporter who's been kind enough to join us and update us on what he knows. Chris, thank you. What can you tell us? And the satellite connection by satellite phone has dropped off. While we wait to reconnect with Chris Jumpelt, a German journalist who's going to update us on what's happening around him, I want to go to Brett Baer at the Pentagon. And Brett, it's long been talked about in our circles, this concept of capturing Osama bin Laden or capturing another high-ranking al-Qaeda, or at least going after one in the early moments of a war against Iraq, and what a coordinated effort like that might mean, not only for morale, but for the people here back home.
Oh, sure. This is a big operation, the largest in quite some time inside Afghanistan. Now, we're told by officials that this is an effort to go after al-Qaeda targets, and it is a huge operation by the 82nd Airborne, specifically, as you mentioned, the White Devils of Task Force 82, as this force continues to move forward, and obviously we'll hear from Geraldo shortly with that group. Now, I do want to talk about the situation that we saw earlier with the strike, the target of opportunity inside Iraq. It developed, we were told on background essentially, that this was not going to be the big night, and I talked to one senior defense official who said, Brett, listen, I wouldn't be home, I'd still be at the Pentagon if this was the big deal. I didn't know it until it happened. The intelligence developed. I just got off the phone with another official who said, when the major air campaign starts, you will know it. However, this was not that small. We can tell you that double digits of Tomahawk cruise missiles were fired from 4 ships and 2 subs in both the Red Sea and in the Persian Gulf. Also, F-117 F-17 stealth fighters were used. However, I just got off the phone with the Air Force in Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. That is the command and control center for this air operation. The official there told me that multiple fighters were used in this attack. I said, how many? He said more than 2. Wouldn't get into specifics. So we have now a report that other fighters were used in this attack, not just the F-117 stealth fighter. Hope to get more details. We've talked that there is not a Pentagon briefing scheduled for tonight. We may see something out of CENTCOM Forward Headquarters in Doha, Qatar. Mike Tobin is there, obviously monitoring all of that. Shep?
Taking a look here on the screen, Brett, at the F-117A Nighthawk, and this is a I guess these were first used when? Help me.
At the last Gulf War, they were first used, and they are essentially a stealth fighter. They can carry 2 precision-guided bombs. They are able to essentially reflect radar. They're the little brother, if you will, of the B-2 stealth bomber that can carry 16 precision-guided bombs. I asked if any bombers were used in this raid, and the answer was no. So again, fighters and Tomahawk cruise missiles is what we're getting from the U.S. military at this point.
All right, Brett Baer. Brett, I want to ask you one more question before we get away. We have multiple reports now from our own correspondents, from Reuters correspondents and Associated Press correspondents, saying that there has been artillery fire. Excuse me, Brett, I want to go back to Sky News, which is showing pictures inside Baghdad. Sky News reporting sirens again, though these may be ambulances. Let's listen.
To reiterate what you were saying, well, Iraqi television...
And we just lost the audio from Sky News, but this is still the live picture coming to us from inside Baghdad. If I'm wrong, producers, please correct me. My understanding is there were sirens going off in that particular area, but they were believed to have been sirens that were from ambulances, not otherwise. The audio now coming in. Let's listen.
From here, that artillery fire has been heard near the border. That's according to eyewitnesses. A few dozen thumps in all, according to eyewitnesses. U.S. officials said earlier, of course, that stealth fighters and long-range cruise missiles had launched air attacks on Baghdad, and it would now look as though perhaps something is happening further south, not far from here at the Iraqi border. But as you can see from those pictures in Baghdad and our team there, that, well, David, it has to be said, just looking at what's happening, there's a spooky air of normality about it all. People still driving around whilst all this is going on around them.
Yeah, well, that's the attitude here. It's the Arab fatalism, if you like. They know that there's usually 20 minutes of warning once those air raid sirens go off. So they're probably heading very sensibly to somewhere a bit safer. Yeah, there are always going to be people driving around. They don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. But the strike that was launched at just before dawn this morning wasn't the main shock and awe campaign. It doesn't appear that strike by up to 3,000 cruise missiles expected on the Iraqi capital has happened.
Certainly not, but as David Chater is reporting, Sky Network reporter David Chater, our sister network in the United Kingdom, they're back to normal, at least for now, inside Baghdad. But now Brett Baer at the Pentagon, that's one more report. Fox News correspondents, Associated Press, Reuters, now Sky News as well, all reporting of this artillery fire across the Iraqi border from Kuwait, across the demilitarized zone from our own troops. What do you make of that, if anything?
Well, it's disconcerting. It's something that senior defense officials really were worried about, that the Iraqis, they saw them moving these artillery pieces along the border there. We saw a strike today south and west of Basra, the port city down there in the south, that took out 10 artillery guns, essentially shells that would be firing a fair distance that could reach U.S. troops across the border. They took them out because they essentially were threatening those U.S. troops. Now, if you're hearing artillery fire in those areas, it could be that these Republican Guard units throughout the south and the southeast there have started firing on U.S. troops. We are not getting any word, by the way, that any of the U.S. troops have crossed into, the conventional troops have crossed across the border there into Iraq. We can tell you that defense officials are confirming that special operations forces are on the ground already ready and are moving on different fronts to do a number of different things, namely mark targets and also prepare the battlefield for what lies ahead. Just can't confirm at this hour whether those artillery shells are actually firing at U.S. troops across the Kuwaiti border.
All right, Brett Baer live at the Pentagon. Brett, if you get anything on that, we'll come back to you. In the meantime, we have a number of correspondents who are with the troops along the Kuwaiti border. You heard from Jennifer Eccleston a little while ago. She's about 50 miles back. There are a number of different Fox News correspondents, including my friend Rick Leventhal and our own Greg Kelly, who are in bed with forces in Kuwait near the border. Right now, they are lights out. They've been asked not to report at this moment. They are not reporting at this moment, and we'll leave it at that. However, we do have a newsroom in Kuwait City where some of this information is filtering in. Adam Housley is standing by live in Kuwait City. Adam, what are you hearing about this, if anything?
Well, Shep, our newsroom is only about 45 miles from the border, so we are relatively close to where this information is coming from. As you mentioned, and we've heard it here as well, several reports saying there is artillery fire across the border. Now, we called several American sources here as well as Kuwaiti sources. They will not confirm that. As far as they know, there has been no return fire, at least from the coalition side, or from the Kuwaiti side for that matter as well. Now, Brett Baer also mentioned about special ops being inside Iraq. We haven't been able to talk about that for a couple of weeks, but now that we are obviously into the beginning stages of a war, I can tell you that we've been told for several weeks now that special ops have been across the border. They have been identifying sites. One of the concerns is in some of the areas along the border is that troops from the Iraqi side had pulled back, potentially even digging trenches with the opportunity or the plans to fill those with oil and then light them on fire if and when a ground force was to go in. Now, the area where this artillery fire is said to be coming from is the Qasr area, which is towards the water side of the border, basically towards the Gulf between Iraq and Kuwait. We've been to that area. Brett Baer, ironically, was in that area as well several months ago. It's very flat. There are no obstructions there. There are no mountains. There are no trees. It's as moon-like as it gets. The DMZ, of course, as we've talked about, is 9 miles wide. The only obstructions you come across are man-made. There are barbed wire fences there. There are electric fences there. There are ditches as wide as a small car and as deep as 16 feet. And there are berms as high as 12 to 14 feet. That's it, Shep. There's nothing else there to obstruct any view or to obstruct any fire. We're trying to confirm at this point whether or not that fire is taking place and if it is being returned by coalition forces. Shep?
All right, Adam Housley live for us outside our newsroom in Kuwait City. Adam, thanks very much. We have absolutely nothing to suggest that there has been any serious fighting along the border there. Just that in fact there has been some artillery fire. Whether that means anything yet remains to be seen. David Chater speaking again inside Baghdad, Sky News correspondent, with his helmet on as the air raid sirens have been going on and off throughout the night. Let's listen.
Dropped on this target. It was a target of opportunity. There must have been very good intelligence to launch this so quickly. This was not on the military timetable. The attack had not been destined to be launched this morning, but they found out somehow, some way, perhaps somebody inside that close circle had given them hard and fast information that this is where the top leadership were. And that's why the strike went in before any of the air defenses in the city had been suppressed by the shock and awe. It was a risky mission for the pilots, but they came in and they dropped their ordnance on this bunker, and they say 5 top members have been killed. We don't know yet, but President Saddam Hussein, we're told, will soon go on Iraqi national television to refute those claims.
Again, David Chater of our sister network Sky News is reporting now that five Iraqi leaders have in fact been killed. As David Chater mentioned, we are unclear about the source of that, and we are unclear whether that is the truth. Saddam Hussein is said to have discounted those reports, but I can tell you that did you see that? Live pictures now. Let's listen. Actually, those are not live pictures. These are tape playback from just a short time ago. But I can tell you this from Reuters news service. Several new explosions have been heard in the outskirts of Baghdad, and those are the pictures of those explosions.
Communications that suddenly erupts. I mean, the signal intelligence and the satellites will all be listening in, watching how the electronic intercepts work, where they're coming from, what is happening. They can trace those lines back, perhaps. I don't know what they've got or what they're doing. But yes, it can flush out the command and control centers. Who is saying what to whom and when. Very useful intelligence for them, putting real pressure on the regime. Because even if they haven't taken out the top 5 members of the regime, it's forcing them to respond to that, because that story is being broadcast here. It's undermining the Republican Guard, the Special Republican Guard, undermining the large number of divisions of the Iraqi army. If the Americans can take full advantage of this, they can keep this story going, it could be much more effective than any weaponry, any artillery they've got, because it will undermine the regime itself. This is what they're attempting to do.
David Chater reporting from inside Baghdad, and we'll go back to David Chater and with the help of Sky News throughout the evening and the early morning hours. Now 17 minutes past midnight in New York, 8 hours later in Baghdad. They're GMT +3, 17 minutes past 9 o'clock on the West Coast, and this is Fox News Channel continuing coverage. Here are the two things to which I'm looking forward. The first being a report from Geraldo Rivera, who is with the 82nd Airborne in Afghanistan, where we know that, in fact, a raid has been launched by more than 1,000 U.S. troops, the largest raid in more than a year, south and east of the city of Kandahar in southeastern Afghanistan, on the hunt for al-Qaeda, and make no mistake about it, on the hunt for Osama bin Laden. This strike happening by the clock just about 20 minutes after the first strike happened in Baghdad. 20 minutes after the missiles were launched from the Persian Gulf. The picture's on your screen right now, a Fox News exclusive. This tape coming to us from inside Afghanistan, it's my understanding. This tape from inside Afghanistan, let's listen. These are pictures that were taken in the minutes prior to this raid happening. A pose for the cameras. Let's listen to our brave soldier.
Hey, a couple of pieces of information came in this morning. I'm not...
This information coming to us now. These are the troops who launched the raid in southeastern Afghanistan, south and east of Kandahar. Now a Fox News exclusive. Geraldo Rivera with the 82nd Airborne, and he is there with us now. Geraldo, what happened? Clearly, the link up with Geraldo Rivera is not there. I was told just moments ago that Geraldo was, quote, in the hopper, but apparently that is not the case. Geraldo Rivera will be reporting to us shortly, and these are the helicopters as they flew off moments before this raid in southeastern Afghanistan, on the hunt for al-Qaeda and on the hunt for Taliban, or on the hunt for Osama bin Laden. So we're covering clearly two fronts in the same war on terror right now. President Bush making it perfectly clear that from his standpoint and the standpoint of the American administration, this is all one large campaign, a campaign against terror. It has now been struck in both inside Iraq, just on the outskirts of Baghdad, and south and east of Kandahar inside Afghanistan. We have a number of correspondents with our troops, among them our own Oliver North, who is with U.S. forces overseas. Ollie, how's it going?
Shepard Smith at Freedom Base here along the edge of the Iraqi border. We can confirm now that the strikes that you've been reporting on coming from Baghdad have been aimed not only at the leadership, but also at the C-cube nodes. That's the command, control, and communications nodes that would allow him to give commands to his forces and control the use of biological and chemical weapons. And that later today, while those attacks continue, and while that raid in Afghanistan continues, U.S. and allied forces will begin softening up the objectives for that first assault. There are multiple targets to be struck. It will have overwhelming prep fires and then suppression strikes prior to the launch of the aircraft. There are scores of Cobras and armed helicopters, as well as fixed-wing aircraft poised and ready to strike. And as Adam Housley has reported, one of the issues is weather. We are now at the back end of yet another of these sandstorms that has affected training. It now threatens to affect military operations. Shep?
All right, Ollie North live with us. Ollie, thanks very much. Keep us updated. I want to we've been watching here at Fox News for the past few days. Around the clock, someone here watches Iraqi television, and we've been watching here on one of our monitors in the screen as we wait for Saddam Hussein, as has been promised by the administration, to address the Iraqi nation. Take a look at what's coming in these are the pictures coming in right now from Iraqi television, live pictures. What does this tell us? Well, either that they have been knocked off the air or that they have gone to color bars. But I can tell you, at 21 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock in the morning, that's not a time when they would normally go off the air. And we haven't seen color bars up there since we began watching them many, many, many months ago. So whether Saddam Hussein will appear and whether Iraqi TV has been knocked off the air remains to be seen. But I can tell you that a number of strikes were heard just a short time ago in and around Baghdad. Another series of strikes. What they were, we do not know, but that coming from Reuters. Television correspondents who are on scene even as we speak. Now, back to the other breaking development of the evening. 20 minutes after that first strike in Baghdad, strikes 1,000 men strong, the 82nd Airborne, southeast of Kandahar. Geraldo Rivera was there with them. Geraldo's on the line with us now. Geraldo, what happened?
Audio. NDC1, you want to keep this one or what?
That is our technical crew in the background discussing which, in fact, remotes to keep up. You can imagine having so many different remotes coming in from all around the globe. Now I believe we have Geraldo Rivera lined up. Geraldo, what happened with the 82nd Airborne?
Hi, Shep. As you mentioned, just after that strike, the initial strikes against Baghdad, a massive operation was launched from the Kandahar base by the 1st Brigade of the 82nd Airborne Division. 1,000 of the elite troopers, supported by dozens of helicopters, Apaches, Chinooks, and Blackhawks, heading for a location I'm not at liberty to disclose in southern Afghanistan. They were working on intelligence gathered by Special Forces radio intercepts that indicated to them that 3 suspect villages might be refuges for either Al-Qaeda or hostile Taliban leftovers. So we were in the first wave with Charlie Company. We landed about a half mile from one of the suspect villages. The elite troopers out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina, hit the villages, started going door to door, rounding up all of the men in the villages, segregating the women. The women were questioned by female MPs. As the troopers went door to door searching for weapons, they found several of them, including an AK-47 with several spare magazines. They questioned the men who owned it. Everybody dummied up. Now, as I'm standing here, I'm standing in this dusty village. The men rounded up to my left, surrounded by perhaps a half dozen of the troopers. They have indicated that 2 of the men will become pucks. That is, they will be transported back to Kandahar base for further questioning, and if warranted, will be taken on to Bagram. There's one young man, Shep, who has just begun speaking very freely. He is telling the interpreter that if the United States hits Iraq, obviously out here they have no idea what is going on out in the outside world. At least we don't see any radios yet. He's saying if the United States hits Iraq, then the Taliban has vowed to these people to cross back over from Pakistan into Afghanistan to begin launching strikes against American forces here. But in any case, if they were to do that, they would face the iron fist of the 82nd Airborne. These guys swept in here in a very impressive fashion. You can imagine the skies filled. Picture those scenes from Apocalypse Now. I'm looking now actually at one of the command Black Hawk with Colonel John Campbell, who's been flying overhead. Actually, Shep, we've just established a video phone connection. If I were to hang this sat phone up, I think I can give you a picture of the pucks, the people under custody, not POWs.
Terrific, Geraldo. Then why don't we give you an opportunity to go ahead and make that switch over, and while you make that technical switch over, I can let our viewers know the following. I do not have anything to say about the Kandahar operation. That from the colonel in charge, Colonel Roger King of the U.S. Army spokesperson. The troops left their bases. Geraldo reported the former Taliban stronghold in southern Afghanistan. Radio transmissions, as Geraldo mentioned, had been detected coming from caves above the villages. That, according to officials in Washington. I'll be asking Geraldo in just a moment whether they believe Osama bin Laden is in the mix here. In the meantime, I want to tell you 2 things. Our correspondent David Shader of Sky News, who was reporting exclusively in the United States at least, from the roof there in Baghdad, has been asked by local officials to get off that roof, citing at the time safety concerns. Now, the air raid sirens had ended. David Chater seemed to be in no danger. However, they wanted his transmission stopped, and it was stopped. So David Chater, at least, has been shut down from his live broadcast inside Iraq. The other bit of information now, I reported to you a short time ago and showed you, for that matter, that color bars were up from Iraqi TV, noting that this was the first time we had seen anything like this over the course of the last few days or weeks. Well, now I can report that Iraqi TV is back up, and there are the pictures from Iraqi TV. Our translators are telling me that yet again it's another series of Saddam Hussein is great, support Saddam Hussein, rally the people around the great leader sort of messages. And we are still getting indications from Baghdad that, in fact, the Iraqi leader will be addressing the nation, an important address to the nation, as Baghdad is putting it to the news services as they send out a release. Whether that will actually be coming remains to be seen. Whether it will be live, we do not yet know. We will show you that, interpret it to the best of our abilities, and allow you to decide when it comes what you think of it. Now, Geraldo Rivera was working to get his video phone link back up, and he is still doing so. In the meantime, we are looking in Baghdad just about half past 8 o'clock in the morning, where the most recent reports from Reuters television news service suggest to us that there have been several new explosions on the outskirts of Baghdad. That report coming just about 25 minutes ago. So there was this initial strike of what we now believe, don't hold me to this, but what we now believe to be about 40 strikes, including 13 cruise missiles from one ship, from one small boy, another series of cruise missiles, Tomahawk cruise missiles from another small boy in the Persian Gulf. In addition to that, at least 2 F-117A stealth fighters flying across and dropping munitions at the time. We don't know the exact number of bombs that were dropped from there, but we can tell you a strategic and surgical strike happened at a time that was determined only a short time before, a target of opportunity. And these are the pictures from that strike. How successful was this campaign? You heard David Chater of Sky News before he was taken off the air that he reported 5 Iraqi leaders had been killed, not including, to his knowledge at least, leaders. We do not know the source of David Chater's reporting. As you can imagine, a man who's just been kicked off the roof of a building in downtown Baghdad is a difficult man to communicate with indeed. However, Fox News cannot independently confirm that. That is not being reported elsewhere in the United States. What is being reported is this. Rita Cosby has intelligence from her sources which suggests that 5 Iraqi leaders, included among them any or all of the following: Saddam Hussein and his 2 sons. We don't know if they were there. We don't know for sure if they have been killed. There have been reports inside Iraq, according to David Chater, that 5 were dead, but now we simply do not know. I can tell you that an announcement is being made right now on Iraqi television, which seems to suggest from some sort of military personnel that something may be coming from Saddam Hussein. Let's listen with the help of a translator if we could.
Today is going to go into infamy in the history of the Arabic nation, the day of sacrifice, to protect our nation, to protect freedom, to protect our independence, our honor and dignity, to protect our people, the Iraqi people, the heroic people, and the future of our nation, Arabic nation, against the evil empire of the United States, the Zionist empire. Today, where Iraq stands under the leadership of the great leader Saddam Hussein, God bless him and protect him, will be the shield for the Arab nation.
This an Iraqi television news announcer giving us what we believe to be the prelude to Saddam Hussein. As you listen with this translator, were you able to watch this all the time, as we are so privileged to do here? This is a great deal of what happens. Praising of Saddam Hussein, praising of the regime, reminding the people, if you will, to stand behind this man and that he is still the leader. Important because this strike has just happened, most likely many concerns or maybe hopes throughout other parts of the world that in fact Saddam Hussein has been taken out. I don't believe this is a radio address. Let's listen. No. More music, including the national anthem, which happens from time to time. We'll be watching this, but we want to keep you updated on the two main points of the day. The most recent strikes heard in the past 30 minutes or so, following the initial strike more than 2 hours ago. The Pentagon, or the White House, was quite clear to point out that this first strike was one of opportunity, that they wanted to be able to hit leaders if they could. They tried. We don't know the outcome just yet. This was not the beginning of the shock and awe campaign that's been promised. 6,000 to 7,000 targets have been identified by the U.S. military for strikes in the first 24 to 48 hours of the shock and awe portion of it all. That, thus far, has not begun. As we continue to watch Iraqi TV here, I want to go to Brett Baer for the latest from the Pentagon. Brett, what do you know?
Hi, Shep. As you mentioned, this is not the beginning of the shock and awe. One defense official described it.
Brett, excuse me, Saddam Hussein speaking now. Let's listen.
The people who are fighting thought that they were unjust, and God is mighty over them.
Iraqi television now frozen as it fiends out at the moment. This does happen from time to time, and at a familiar sight here. Interesting to note that at the beginning of this broadcast of the Iraqi leader, we had, in fact, this bug, which is up above my head here, the live bug, to indicate that that's a live speech from Saddam Hussein. We have been given indications from the Iraqi regime that, in fact, it is a live speech from Saddam Hussein. But because we cannot independently verify that, we'll remove it. Let's listen once again. Obviously, we're having some trouble getting the audio here. We're working to get this through Al Jazeera television now. Let's listen.
And humanity. This is criminal, a crime. And all the criminals who are cooperating with that, and all the followers, it's a series of crimes against Iraq and humanity. This is a beginning of more crimes. O Iraqi people, or those who are supporting us, glory to you and to our state. We are all for jihad, and those are supporting. And then, I don't want to repeat what is to be done. As for all the glorious people, and what is to be done to defend the dear country and principles and the holy places. And I should tell for everyone, I would say, for each one of us in the family of Iraq, all the believers and all those who are suffering from the injustice, that they have to remember what has been said. And these days are in the hands of God. They will add to your glory, glorious nation, what is due to you, and the believers before God are victorious, and all the enemies of God are going to be defeated. You will be victorious, O Iraqi people. With you, the sons of the nation. But you are victorious with the help of God. And the enemies are in disgrace. The sword. Take the sword without any fear. Take out the sword. Let them be witness to that. Take out the sword. The enemy is against you. Only the reasonable will be victorious. And let there is the hope. Let all the storms be blow, and let and be glorious before all the unjust people. And raise your head before the all and defeat while the fire is ablaze. Take out the sword and break them down. Only the resolute people will be victorious in every way, and call upon God, and that the wound will be healed. My friends, and those who are fighting evil in the world, peace be upon you. You have seen how Bush is acting against you and your opinions, against the war, your call for peace. And he's committing a disgraceful crime today. I am with you in the name of the leadership and the people of Iraq who is fighting, and the heroic army, the nation of civilization and faith, that we will conquer the invaders, and we will win with God. What are they planning? And they are driven by Zionists and all the unjust people. And they will be defeated. A great defeat that is given to the evil people. And all those who love humanity. And I'm saying, and those people who love peace. Iraq will be victorious. And with Iraq, our nation and humanity will be victorious. And evil will be driven away, so it cannot defend its own crimes with all the alliance that's been the deviant alliance of the Zionists and the Americans against our Arabic nation. God is great. God is great. And in the introduction, our nation, a glorious nation. God is great. God is great. And long live Iraq and Palestine. God is great. God is great. Long live our glorious nation. And let the humane brotherhood live long, and peace and security, and the right of people for freedom and justice. God be great, and let the enemies be disgraced, and long live Iraq. Long live Iraq. Long live jihad, and long live Palestine.
And that reported by Iraqi administration to be the Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein, reported to be a live broadcast. If you listen closely to that speech, you may notice, as we did, that there was nothing to indicate that this was recorded after the initial strikes. There was no reference to anything specific that has already happened, no reference to anything of which we already have direct knowledge, no indication of any kind that this might have been something live from Saddam Hussein. Though you may have been able to see that this appeared to be a handwritten speech of sorts, it had no particulars. And aside from that, there is nothing to confirm, as Fox reports at this hour, that that was in fact Saddam Hussein. Many of those within our producer ranks who watch Saddam Hussein's tapes over time and watch his speech patterns and all the rest, and his body shape and the rest, might suggest that his shoulders were a little thin there, and his face was a little different, and all the rest. But that's all for speculation, and the long and short of it is we can't confirm that that was Saddam Hussein. We can't confirm that it was live. We cannot even confirm that it was new. But we can tell you it's what was just broadcast at 18 minutes before the hour of 9 o'clock in the morning on Iraqi television to the Iraqi nation. Brett Baer live with us from the Pentagon. Brett?
Shep, I just talked to a U.S. official who was, of course, watching that as it came down, watching it very closely, saying it is being analyzed throughout the intelligence community. I will just make a personal observation. As we were watching that, if you looked at the broadcast toward the end, you saw what it looked to me like a crinkle in the tape. And, of course, we see that in broadcasting every once in a while. You see a tape that kind of jets around and has essentially little lines that go down, and that indicates a tape broadcast. That's my personal observation, and I can tell you that U.S. officials and the intelligence community is looking at that very closely at this hour.
I'm quite sure that they are. Brett Baer live for us at the Pentagon. We'll get back to Brett with any breaking developments. We were speaking just a short time ago about operations that were happening inside Afghanistan, and this strike of 1,000 U.S. forces from the 82nd Airborne. We'll get back to more on that in just a moment. In the meantime, we want to go to Steve Harrigan, who's in Jordan along the Iraqi border, our war correspondent for the past couple of years. Steve, what can you tell us?
Shepard Smith, we are standing right here on the border, the Jordan-Iraq border. You can see a couple of people walking over. Now, there were widespread fears that when this thing got started, there would be hundreds of thousands of refugees fleeing, coming over. That certainly is not happening yet. One bit of news we do have, we've been talking to the couple of people who have trickled over about what they've seen on the way out. Now, this is the main highway in between Amman, Jordan, and Baghdad. This is the route for all the oil to go in and out. And they have seen part of that highway bombed exactly about 100 miles outside of Baghdad. It's a main refueling station. It's known as Post 160. That post, according to eyewitnesses who have just come out, has been obliterated. It has been bombed. It's a refueling post. That is knocked out. As far as this border goes, we are seeing no military activity at the border. One thing to keep in mind, of course, a border is part of a state. This border is still functioning. The Iraqi guards are still working right behind me here, still letting people in and out, so technically still in control of the border. So not a whole lot of movement, no one crossing back and forth, no military activity right here at the border, but eyewitness reports that part of this highway on the way out of Baghdad has been bombed. Shepard, back to you.
Steve Harrigan, this is the first report that we've gotten from any source in the United States of the bombing of this post. How far back is it? What did they do there? Who manned the thing? Tell me what you know.
All right, if you drive from here, this is the very edge of the border of Iraq, to Baghdad, it's about a 5-hour drive. Now, there's a refueling post right when you get out of the desert. It's known as Post 160. It's called that because it's about 160 kilometers or about 80 miles outside of Baghdad. Now, we've heard from numerous people who've come out of Baghdad today, who've walked or driven out, that post has been bombed. It's a refueling post somewhere between Baghdad and the border here. It's a main stopping post. That post has been bombed. Craters in the highway. That refueling station is gone. Shepard.
Very interesting. Steve, the producers are suggesting maybe you could pan around and show us where you are and what this particular spot is. This is as close as we've seen to the Iraqi border.
Let's take a look around. This is the Jordan side, a few hundred yards back. That's the Iraqi side. You can see a lot of buses around here. Now, these are people obviously hoping for business. They're hoping that when the stream of refugees come over, they'll make some money driving them into Amman. Now, you remember, Shepard, in the last Gulf War, hundreds of thousands of people came over, and Jordan was really swamped with refugees. That's something this country is desperately afraid could happen again. It's also something that they are woefully unprepared for. They've tried to set up a tent city. They've tried to set up a hospital. They haven't set up anything. The weather here has been pretty brutal, so there's not one tent set up. If the refugees do start to pour over, this place is in trouble. But you can see there's no traffic crossing back and forth, but technically it is still possible. It was long speculated that the Iraqi border guards might be the first people to surrender, might be the first people to walk over and throw down their arms. They have not done that yet. This is still a functioning border. Shepard, back to you.
Steve, you mentioned briefly the weather, and that had been one of the concerns, these violent sandstorms in country over the past day or two. Our meteorologists are saying things are improving. What's the truth on the ground there?
Shepard, things have certainly gotten a lot better today than it has been the past couple of days. It's almost been impossible to stand outside in the last 2 or 3 days. Hard to imagine aiming a rifle in this kind of weather, but today certainly it's still windy, but there's no sandstorms like there has been in the past, so a little easier weather, a little less challenging weather to work or to fight in today. Shepard?
Steve, you mentioned these concerns that so many people would flood over the border as they did during the Persian Gulf War back in '91. How well set up are they there to handle this sort of thing? If, for instance, the Iraqi border guards do turn themselves over and a flood begins?
They're incredibly poorly set up. Jordan is worried about being destabilized by this whole crisis if tens or hundreds of thousands of people do pour over. About the only thing they've done right now is they have 2 large strips of land where supposedly they're going to build a tent city. Supposedly they're going to put up all kinds of infrastructure. But right now, when you look at it, there's nothing. So they've got a strip of land, but they don't have a tent to come in. Right now, we haven't seen that flood yet. You're seeing maybe a couple of cars, a couple of buses, but certainly not the flood of refugees that we could have expected so far. Shepard?
Forgive my ignorance, but a war just began. What are buses doing coming over the border, Steve?
Shepard, there's still people coming in and out on part of their normal business. This highway is generally a lot busier than we've seen in the it's a lot busier than we've seen it today. I mean, it's pretty much empty right now. There's about 20 or 30 buses here. They are waiting. They're waiting, hopefully, for passengers to make some money to take them to Amman. But this is a border between 2 countries, but we're really seeing minimal traffic right now. 1 or 2 buses, maybe 5 or 6 people coming out. Shepard?
Very interesting. Sounds like the border from San Diego as you go into Mexico, and there the buses are waiting to take you to the tourist areas, if in part. And in fact, these entrepreneurs waiting to try and carry refugees into the city of Amman. We're going to let Steve Harrigan keep eye on that border for us. He mentioned Post 160. That's the headline and the breaking news from Fox News Channel at this moment. Post 160, the refueling post, 160 kilometers on the way to Baghdad, has been obliterated. This, according to eyewitnesses speaking directly to our own Steve Harrigan. This is extremely significant. It lets us know that there were not just strikes just around Baghdad and those targets of significance, those leadership targets about which we've been speaking over the past, I'd say 3 hours or so. There were other strikes. This backs up Reuters reports of secondary and a third round of strikes outside Baghdad. And now we know that very far outside Baghdad, this refueling post has been struck. The idea behind this entire military operation
I've heard about this reality TV. Average folks eager to hang off buildings and choke down huge helpings of earthworms. Earthworms, small potatoes. Here in Perfection, Nevada, the worm we deal with is a 20-ton subterranean carnivore. called a graboid. Out my way, you don't eat the worm. Worm eats you.
Tremors, the series, a special 2-hour
reporter along for the ride, our own Geraldo Rivera, who's live on the video phone now. Geraldo, update us as you can.
Chef, you're looking at a live picture. I believe this is the first live picture in history of an 80-second operation within the borders of Afghanistan. I know the picture on the video phone is shaky, but you can see the males of the villages, the suspect villages that have been hit by the troopers of the 82nd are on the ground, surrounded by these elite paratroopers who came in 2 separate waves, dozens of helicopters involved. The first wave, 600 or so. The next wave, 400. They have been interrogating the males of the village. You're looking at them, the troopers surrounding the males of the village. And now, if you look over further to my right, you'll see that the entire plane has been very slowly over. The entire plain here around these villages now occupied by our forces. This is an undisclosed location in southern Afghanistan. I'm not at liberty to tell precisely where these 3 suspect villages are, but I can tell you, even, Craig, if you're standing over here, even as you see our translator speaking to the village elder in the turban, they're asking who owned the weapons that were seized here. 3 old Enfield rifles and 1 AK-47 with extra magazines. The intel that prompted this raid, according to Colonel John Campbell, he is the no-nonsense, combat-hardened commander of the 1st Brigade of the 82nd Airborne Division. The intel they picked up was from special forces in these hills beyond where the translator and our troopers and the interpreter are speaking. They were talking, of significance, I am told, relevant information, possibly pertaining to attacks. Now, one of the people, that interpreter, that's the fellow on the left there with the body armor on, the dark hair, one of the people he interviewed, a younger man, now they've cloistered, was telling the interpreter, they call him Honest John, telling the interpreter that these people have been told that the moment we strike Iraq, the Taliban will cross back over from Pakistan here to Afghanistan.
Mosul?
On radio here, but they don't. I doubt they know the significance or the events happening now in Baghdad and the rest of Iraq. But that's the information that we have been given. That there has been this communication that this is a suspect village. There's 2 others nearby. The skies, Shep, were filled with our choppers, Blackhawks, the big Chinooks. The Chinooks were actually slinging Humvees. The all-purpose military vehicle. There are now a half a dozen of them on the ground around here, going to some of the further far-flung villages in this particular region. Also, the Apache gunships flying cover. We saw the command gunship of Colonel John Campbell circling just a couple of minutes ago. He has been communicating to his troopers on the ground, but this... whether these events are related, I think Shep was right to assume that the attack here, the mission of the 82nd, as you may recall, is to disrupt hostile Taliban and remnants of Al-Qaeda and to deny them sanctuary. So, what better time to mount an operation? These enemies of the United States might have the greatest incentive to attack us. That's what they have been saying. Whether it was planned this way or is just serendipitous, certainly this is the biggest operation in a year, and we have a policy at Fox News not to believe in coincidence. But they are continuing the mission, they say, that has been theirs since Colonel Campbell took over. He took over last May. There had been some, I don't want to be critical of the military, but prior to that, some who felt that Tora Bora was a missed opportunity to grab bin Laden. Some who felt that Operation Anaconda, where we took heavy casualties in the mountains, perhaps not as executed as sharply as might have been. Well, since the 82nd came in with Colonel Campbell, that has not been the case. We had Operation Mongoose, where the 80 of Al-Qaeda were engaged, killed or captured, all of them, with scant casualties. Shep, back to you.
Geraldo Rivera live for us. Geraldo, keep us updated on that mission from the 82nd Airborne. Anybody who believes that it was coincidence that strike and the one in Baghdad happened at the same time, we have a post for sale for you, post 160, on the road between Jordan, Amman, Jordan, and Baghdad, which Steve Harrigan has reported and exclusively has been obliterated by an Allied strike. So now we know a target of necessity, a target of opportunity has been struck, believed to be a target of Iraqi leadership. In fact, Al Jazeera television network, the Arab satellite news channel, is reporting that the city of Mosul was hit 40 minutes prior to schedule because it was believed, at least at the time, that Saddam Hussein himself was there. That according to the Al Jazeera satellite television network based in Qatar, the same spot where the U.S. and Allied Forces Central Command is based. Very little information coming out of Central Command regarding this early strike, except to say that the British people there seemed at the time a little bit surprised that it had happened. This one was kept very close to the hip indeed. And this is our animation, our Fox News animation of the city of Mosul. You can see city center there and a palace there in the center of your screen in the cutout. We know that Saddam Hussein has a palace in the city of Mosul. This is clearly it. Whether he was in this palace when that strike happened or in a nearby bunker or beneath this palace in a bunker remains to be seen. And whether the Al Jazeera report is actually accurate or not remains to be seen as well. In the early portions of this conflict, in the early portions of the attempt to destroy the Iraqi regime, or at least end this particular regime and liberate the people of Iraq, there will be reports which we find out to be inaccurate. We can tell you what the President of the United States said this evening, just about 2.5, maybe 2 hours, 45 minutes ago. That is that the conflict to liberate Iraq and to liberate the Iraqi people and to take out the Iraqi regime has now begun. Let's look at the video from just a short time ago. This is about 45 minutes ago. This from a second series of strikes. It is our belief in the early morning hours near Baghdad, not in the city proper, but just outside, as a number of strikes were made. We know of 13 Tomahawk cruise missiles which were launched from one small boy or in the Persian Gulf. We know of a number from another small boy, though we don't know the exact number of missiles which were sent up from it. We can report approximately 40 strikes, and these are the first photographs, still photographs, released by the Pentagon, taken by multilateral journalists who were pool reporters on board and working for the military, or working to bring us information from the military. These are those first pictures as those first Tomahawk cruise missiles lifted into the night sky or the early morning sky in Baghdad. This, the Pentagon video which showed it happen. And shortly thereafter, strikes around Baghdad. We have seen what is said to be a statement from Saddam Hussein. We have noticed now in inspection of that videotape that in fact there were half dissolves within it. We have every reason to believe that it was not live. We have no reason to believe that it was or was not Saddam Hussein. So there you have it. The conflict has begun. Fox News Channel will bring you continuing coverage day and night throughout. I'm Shepard Smith in New York. Thanks for trusting us for your news and information. With the nation on high alert for terror and America now at war, stay brave, stay aware, and stay with Fox.
Let's go, Captain! Those gliders are coming back around!
Hands alive!
We cannot wait!
Don't see the explosions on the ground so much here, but the explosions up in the air, and we can assume most of them are unsuccessful. They had difficulty picking up radar with their radar yesterday. The F-117 stealth coming in to drop bombs, and of course the Tomahawk missiles that were launched on Baghdad as well in an effort to take out Saddam Hussein himself, as well as top leaders, presumably his sons possibly were there. And right now we're taking a shot here in Baghdad. After hearing Ari Fleischer refused to answer questions from the press corps there at the White House on operational details, saying we will leave those to the Defense Department. And as we saw Secretary Rumsfeld speak over an hour ago, we could tell that he was in certainly a different kind of mood. Well, it was almost an hour ago. He was in a tense mood, no nonsense, no sense of humor. He was all business. And we saw activity levels pretty much pick up 12:30 East Coast time, and we've been given that warning that indeed was going to be the case as troops over in that theater down in the DMZ between Kuwait and Iraq were given the alert to expect some sort of action about 12:30 East Coast time, and that does appear to be when a lot of this activity began. These, however, are the first shots we've had of Baghdad with obvious explosions overhead of Baghdad. And we're assuming that this will continue, and we'll get more details eventually from the White House. There's a look at the skies. Patty Ann Brown joins me now. We say goodbye to Bridget Smith, who was here for 4 hours doing a splendid job. And I'm sorry, say again, Rachel? Bridget Quinn. What did I say?
You said Smith.
Oh, well, okay. Well, Bridget Quinn. That's what happens when you used to have worked with somebody by that name. And Bridget doing a splendid job. And Patty Ann, good to see you.
Yes, and good to see you as well. We have word so far of one confirmed death from these attacks, and also 14 people wounded. That coming not just from the Iraqis, but also from the Red Cross. But again, we're hearing of gunfights going on right now. In fact, the 1st Infantry Division definitely reporting that they are engaging the enemies.
And we've been talking, with Greg Kelly, who's over in that area. We've talked to Rick Leventhal over in that area, and they are moving and using some artillery to shape the battlefield in an effort to prepare that area for any kind of ground forces to move into that area. As Greg Kelly was saying, the whole U.S. Armed Forces heading into there after they shape the battlefield with that artillery. Here again, some pictures of Baghdad in efforts to shoot down what we can presume to be Allied planes that are flying overhead or missiles that may have been launched. And now we do see some ground strikes.
Definitely hear it hitting, and you can definitely see and hear the anti-aircraft fire coming from the Iraqis on the ground.
Now, we have some aircraft carriers and other warships down in the Gulf, Persian Gulf, as well as over in the Red Sea, and that's where Tomahawks and other kinds of guided missiles can be launched from. Those possibly are being launched into this area. We're still, don't have the details. Let's listen for a second. Well, this sounds like it's a considerable amount more than what we got last night, which I think were a few dozen of Tomahawks. I say last night, I guess I should say, well, it was last night our time.
Yes, and,
but pre-dawn their time.
Right, the sun was just beginning to rise at that point in Baghdad. But the military and U.S. officials made it very clear that that was not the so-called shock and awe attack that was going to mark the official beginning of this campaign. They made it clear that that was something that they decided to do at the last minute because they had a target of opportunity, a chance to possibly get at some of the Iraqi leadership and stop this thing before it even got to this point. And it is very possible that at this point we are going to start to see the actual shock and awe, which all military officials said was going to be a very, very significant bombardment.
Let's bring David Shader in here from Sky News. He was in Baghdad earlier when the attack was launched against some of the top military officials, and he joins us now. David, what can you tell us?
The ministry itself is supposed to be a target. Well, there's someone on top of it with a small handy cam at the moment, David. So you have a right to be concerned about that building and those who are around it. We could certainly see another huge explosion there, David. A huge explosion. It sounded pretty near to where the camera is.
Yes, that's right. It's getting pretty worrying for anybody who's up on that roof. We got a warning that it might be a target, and I'm very glad I'm nowhere near it. But yes, there had been another large explosion. I'm looking around to see if I can trace exactly where it's come from, but it's happening all around us. I've got a very limited, well, quite a limited view, and it's getting even more limited because of all the smoke that's drifting past. But I think well towards the Ministry of Information, that last one was, which is why you heard the explosion so loudly.
Cruise and Tomahawk missiles, in other words, unarmed weaponry, avoiding the use of aircraft directly over the city early on, is what was expected, really.
It was, but yet again, this is not...
We're listening in to Sky News, David Shader there, talking and reporting that there are cruise missiles being launched into Baghdad. Those are the pictures that we're showing you of the Baghdad area. There was some launch yesterday. This does appear, however, to be much more significant in its attack, less of a pinpoint effort as far as trying to get military leaders, but more, as you were talking about, Patty Ann Brown, the shock and awe portion. And unless I'm misreading this is definitely a much bigger attack, if you will. And there were different strategies that were considered, such as Baghdad first, go into there and get the rest of the country later. That doesn't appear to be what they're doing. There was also the strategy that you use some of the forces who were against Saddam, as it was done in Afghanistan, but that was rejected as well. So the shock and awe appears to be in progress here. Shepard Smith joins us now. He's been keeping a look at this, saw it last night when we had those pre-dawn raids, and he brings us up to date. Shep.
Bob Sellers, thank you very much. From Fox News headquarters in New York, this is what we know. Ground forces have softened up targets along the Kuwaiti border. We have every reason to believe that the ground forces movement has now begun, if not into Iraq, at least toward Iraq. Fox News can now confirm cruise missiles have hit targeted sites inside Baghdad. Our correspondent David Shader is on the line inside Baghdad right now. Let's listen to him.
The right of the mosque, where, as you were saying, David, that Republican Guard, probably a command and control center, has been hit by the looks of it. Donald Rumsfeld, David, was saying to the people of Iraq, stay away from military complexes, stay away from command and control places. We have no wish to harm you. Just stay at home and keep away from anything that might be hit. Do you think they will heed those words? Will they have had a chance to hear what he had to say?
Unfortunately, Jeremy, I don't think they will have known anything about what Donald Rumsfeld was saying, or the vast majority of them, but they'll have heard those explosions tonight, those very loud explosions. They'll have heard the Akak fire. They know that something is going in, and they will be taking cover. There's more Akak fire going up now, but you can never actually say there won't be civilian casualties with so much.
We're listening to Fox correspondent and Sky News correspondent David Shader of our sister network in Great Britain as he reports from inside Baghdad. Here is what we can tell you, the facts as we know them, about what is clearly the first move of ground forces in this war to liberate the people of Iraq. Our own correspondent, Greg Kelly, which is with the 3rd Infantry Division of the Army, Mechanized Division, was reporting earlier today from along the Iraq-Kuwait border just in the last hour, and we watched, as he watched, artillery fire going from our side into Baghdad. These are live pictures now on the night scope. Let's listen once again.
Repeat that question.
Yes, Rumsfeld talked about the huge scale of the attack being like nothing they've...
So this is yet another strike, we believe, from a cruise missile. Command and control facilities have been hit, it's our understanding. This is joint coverage, Fox News Channel and Sky News coverage of what could well be the beginning of the shock and awe phase of this campaign against Iraq. We know that our ground forces are on the move. Fox News correspondent Rick Leventhal reporting on that just a short time ago. We know that they were taking artillery fire from the Iraqis. Let's pause for our Fox stations up and down the line to join us.
Identifying any areas where those cruise missiles have landed or anything.
I'm Shepard Smith, Fox News, New York. You are looking live over the skies of Baghdad, where an Allied force strike has begun. Fox News can confirm that cruise missiles have hit numerous targets within Baghdad. Our correspondent David Chater of Sky News, our correspondent who is on the ground there, says that a cruise missile has hit very near the spot of the Ministry of Information, which is a spot from which David Chater was reporting last evening, a spot from which the Iraqis suggested, or the Allied forces suggested, he should move. He has done so, and now the live artillery fire, 18 minutes past 9 p.m. in Baghdad, and the skies are lit up with both anti-aircraft fire and missiles. Let's listen in now to Sky News correspondent David Chater as he reports from inside Saddam's Baghdad.
Accurate hits, limited hits, and it seems that the damage to any civilians living nearby might have been limited. There were just 4 explosions that I saw, 4 explosions, one other that I also heard, but they seem to me not to be landing in any of the populated urban civilian areas. They were in very distinct areas, Jeremy.
The wires reporting from Baghdad that most of the explosions are the west side of the Tigris, where they're saying at least 2 of Saddam's palaces and the intelligence headquarters are located. I won't get you to confirm that.
Again, watching live pictures over the skies of Baghdad today, this anti-artillery fire, anti-aircraft fire. It's our understanding that cruise missiles have struck targets inside Iraq, that the troops are on the move, though we cannot confirm yet that they've made their way into Baghdad. Speculation about whether this might have been the beginning of shock and awe, and we can tell you that it is not, according to our Pentagon correspondent Brett Baer. Our Washington managing editor Britt Hume is monitoring developments from our Washington newsroom. Britt, what do you know?
Well, Shep, this looks for all the world, for those of us who watched in 1991 when the Gulf War bombing campaign was launched there with the anti-aircraft flares and the explosions, like the beginning of that conflict. But we are advised, as you just noted by our Pentagon correspondent, that this is not it yet, that the enormous aerial campaign that we've been expecting has not begun. That what we're looking at here, once again, is a case of targets of opportunity having been spotted by American commanders being chosen for attack. And we, of course, have a tremendous advantage in that we were able to look at the pictures and the reporting by David Chater of Sky News, who is one of the few correspondents left in that country who has available to him a camera to get out on and a line. And as you can see, this whole episode now appears to have died down a bit, but I think there are going to be times in the hours ahead, Shep, before this gets underway in earnest, when we will hear these periodic flare-ups that will look like this is it. But so far, we're advised this is not it yet.
Britt, very interesting and compelling reports from our correspondents who are embedded with the military. Greg Kelly with the 3rd Infantry Division, Mechanized Division of the Army, reporting from the Kuwaiti border, saying that they went through about a 15-minute softening of targets across the border. And then our correspondent Rick Leventhal nearby, but in another spot, saying not only was artillery fire coming from the Allied side, but he was also seeing some sort of artillery coming from the Iraqi side and over their heads. Do you have any information on what that might have been and a damage assessment, if any?
We don't have anything of that kind yet, but we do. It is perfectly clear from what those correspondents have been reporting, although they've been necessarily vague about where they were coming from or where they were headed, that the forces are on the move. And of course, Shep, as we've noted, noted, that movement is a source of some relief, I think, to American commanders who have been concerned that as long as they were waiting in the desert, in the Kuwaiti desert there, they were more available targets for anything that the Iraqis might try. But let's turn now to our Pentagon correspondent, Brett Baer, for the latest from there. Brett, the word is, I gather, that when it comes, we'll know, and this ain't it.
Exactly, that this is more of a continuing theme. Senior defense officials say there will be more battlefield preparation. You will see some more hits. In fact, defense officials tell us that some battle damage assessment is ongoing as we speak. A number of targets that were hit today, targets including some surface-to-air missile launchers in and around the southern part of Iraq. As far as what's happening in Baghdad, we're told that this is not the shock and awe. And again, as you mentioned, we will know when that starts. We expect to see, at least for the next coming hours, some more of these strikes to take out some of the air defenses as well as some leadership targets, possibly. As Defense Secretary Rumsfeld said, that leadership target last night was a target of opportunity. The purpose here, according to senior defense officials, is to try to make as many Iraqi top military leaders essentially turn themselves over, stop fighting, leave the Iraqi regime. You saw and heard Defense Secretary Rumsfeld talk extensively about that at the Pentagon briefing this afternoon. Brett,
it's interesting, isn't it, now that at this stage the bombardment seems to be, as much as anything, or at least in addition to being obviously an effort to get the Iraqi leadership decapitated, as they say, it's also part of the psychological operations, isn't it?
Oh, sure. I mean, this is basically a gut check. You know, one military source told me as these leadership targets, it's important to note that the leadership was attacked in that first night, in the first strikes, because the rest of the top leaders would look at that, saying that they were going to try to decapitate the regime. Secretary Rumsfeld talked about that today. We also hear from U.S. officials that there is indications, there are reports that senior Republican Guard leaders are expressing a need and a want to give up. And as far as how many surrenders we're going to be dealing with, it's tough to tell, but they see encouraging things.
Now, Brett, as we look at these quite compelling pictures of the night sky there, and of course those lights look quite a bit brighter with those night vision lenses that are being used on the cameras that give us that greenish tinge to everything. It's one thing that is perfectly clear that I see a Sky News colleague there in the frame, but it does seem fairly clear now. I think we have a more realistic view of what, to the naked eye, that night sky and skyline of Baghdad looks like. May I take it, Brett, that when this, I know that infrastructure is not the target in the same way that it was the last time around when they were bombing in Baghdad, but may I take it that when they go to try to paralyze the place, that it is likely that at least for a time there'll be no electricity in Baghdad?
Right. We understand that everything will be shut down, that it will be jammed essentially, and that we may be dark as far as these live pictures that we're seeing when the large attack happens, when the shock and awe campaign, if you will, begins. You know, on another line, Brett, I want to say that senior defense officials are telling us, as the Defense Secretary mentioned many times, and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Richard Myers, talked about, that they are very concerned about operational security and to provide as much ambiguity as possible to make sure this thing goes quicker. We here at Fox News, of course, are going to do our best to do that and to abide by the operational security to make sure that we don't hinder in any way any of the operations that are ongoing. What we are telling you and releasing is stuff that senior defense officials have told us that we can, and definitively they are saying this is not the start of shock and awe, that this is more battlefield preparation. A lot of the things that you're seeing in Baghdad are actually anti-aircraft artillery going up, and some of the strikes actually are some of those artillery pieces coming down, and not all of the things that you're hearing explosion-wise are actually U.S. strikes. It's important to note that.
Yes,
as well.
that's something we ran into in 1991, which was that the Iraqis were firing off a tremendous amount of ordnance into the air to try to defend against U.S. warplanes. And of course, whatever goes up has to come down, and that there was a lot of damage that was caused simply by their own bombs and missiles, or own artillery that they fired coming back to Earth and doing all kinds of damage. So So let's turn now back to Shepard Smith in New York. You see a scene of damage there now.
Yeah, indeed, Rick, Britt, and those pictures were just coming to us from Abu Dhabi television. The truth is we don't know exactly the spot in which those pictures were being taken and whether those were live pictures, but we are working the phones to find out the details. I can report this: a huge plume of smoke seen on the west bank of the Tigris River in central Baghdad, but it could not be determined exactly what was hit in the early going. We've listened to the correspondent David Chater from our sister network Sky News, and he cannot confirm just yet exactly what was hit. In the meantime, early reports out of the region are that F-14 and F-18 jets took off from the USS Theodore Roosevelt in the eastern Mediterranean, armed with missiles and armed with bombs. Now, earlier in the day, just about an hour and 30 minutes ago, our correspondent Rick Leventhal reported and was first to report that, in fact, oil wells were on fire. Later in the Pentagon news briefing, the Pentagon confirmed reports of multiple, though just a handful in the early going, oil wells were on fire. Brett Baer at the Pentagon, this was one of the sort of eventualities that was discussed as something that might expedite any strategy here. They wanted to make sure that these oil wells, to whatever degree possible, were protected, in the words of the president, so that the money which comes from those oil wells could be used to help rebuild the nation. Is it possible, Brett, that these oil well fires could expedite things?
Right. Well, you know, the assessment, Shep, in this building is that those oil wells, about 3 or 4 of them in the south, actually due west of Basra, the port city there along the coast, were set on fire by Iraqi troops. That's the assessment here at the Pentagon. These oil wells are in the Ramallah oil well district, basically a number of different oil wells. The number they're talking about is 3 or 4 right now at the Pentagon. As far as how much they hinder U.S. troops moving forward and what exactly is being done about them, that falls into the operational security issue. However, they will say that they don't believe that it will deter all of the U.S. forces that will eventually be moving into Iraq.
Brett, I'm also reading in our Fox News internal urgents here, one that you just entered into the computer, saying that there are reports that senior Republican Guard members now want to give up. Details as you know them.
Yeah, we can tell you that there is intelligence and there are specific reports that senior Republican Guard leaders have expressed a wish to give themselves up, that essentially there is a massive psychological operations campaign ongoing with the U.S. military and U.S. intelligence community, and one way or another they are in contact with some of these military leaders who are expressing a will to just give up and move away. Obviously, that surrender would be expedited as soon as U.S. troops came in contact with any Iraqi troops. Right now, we can't tell you whether U.S. troops have crossed that border. We understand that may be coming very soon.
Yeah, in fact, Brett, I can tell you that our own correspondent Rick Leventhal is embedded with the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, the 3rd Light Armor Division, Recon Battalion, 3rd Light Armor Recon Battalion, and there are reports now, first reports, that the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force has in fact crossed into Iraq. Now, that would not be unexpected at all, because the early reporting from Rick Leventhal was that they were softening up targets. We watched on the night scope in the first hours of darkness in and around Baghdad and across the Kuwaiti border where he was at the time, as artillery fire was making its way from his positions. Then they were told movement is now coming, and they were told to stop broadcasting for the moment. It would appear, at least, according to early reporting, that that movement has begun. Now, Brett, we've talked at long length. In fact, I'm here with Colonel David Hunt in our Fox News studios in New York. And Colonel, we've talked for days about how any movement from there would be a lengthy process, 2 to 3 days at least, to get to Baghdad.
Right. It's about 350 miles for these great Marines and the 3rd Infantry Division. I think what you're seeing, which is about, by the way, a tank of gas plus for a tank, an M1A1 tank. But it would also appear, though, if the reports we're hearing are true, that the amount of Iraqi forces giving up, this could be a lot easier drive. But then you get lulled in the sense of, Rick's already been in a firefight. Rick's already reported on Fox the first firefight of the war with some engagements and the track he was actually
And by engagement, we mean fire going their way and fire coming our way.
Absolutely, killing bad guys. But you know, what's going on? I'm sorry, go ahead.
No.
What's going on, though, is that you've got, besides what you're seeing on these great shots of air defense artillery in Baghdad is helicopters from 101st are up now shooting at targets, air defense artillery targets.
The long and short of it is that the eyes in the sky are ahead of the men on the ground, and the eyes in the sky are able to see where it is that the Iraqi forces are, where their sights are, how they can damage us, and we take that out before we send men in.
That's done with the 101st helicopters and special operations stuff, and the stuff that's just shooting up at the sky isn't hitting anything.
Gotcha. Britt Hume in Washington. Britt?
Shep, on the question of that report that we got from Brett Baer about the senior Republican Guard commanders interested in defecting or giving up, it's worth thinking about the Republican Guard as a unit. That is, of course, the elite fighting force, such as it is, that the Iraqi military has, and it is in there are really two parts of it. One is the main element of the Republican Guard, and the other is the Special Republican Guard, which is Saddam Hussein's personal bodyguards, and they are often thought of as those personal bodyguards are thought of as a very elite force indeed. But in fact, according to people who know the structure of that Iraqi military, they are really more like bodyguards. They are people who exercise discipline over the rest of the forces. Their job is to protect this man. They are not the kind of fighting force that you normally associate with the Republican Guard. And if they are the main elements of the defense of Baghdad, when our forces get there, they will not be up against the kind of disciplined fighting force that they would encounter with the rest of the Republican Guard, who are, at this point, we gather to some extent stationed elsewhere around the country.
Indeed.
While we watch these rather dramatic pictures.
As a matter of fact, Britt, we've been able to get a little bit more information about what it is that we're watching now. Just for a quick second here, this is from that missile strike, I am told, which happened a short time ago. This picture is a live picture, and what you see in the background there is a building which is to some degree on fire. We've also been watching on this is from Abu Dhabi television.
Abu Dhabi,
excuse me, television, and these are pictures inside that building. It's our understanding, Britt, that this is very close to the Ministry of Information there. Not to say that that's what's been hit, but this is in the center of Baghdad, on the south and eastern part of Center City in Baghdad.
Well, the Ministry of Information has been used, of course, that's where they make all the media work. When you're normally, if you get a visa and get in there and get to work, you have to work out of the Ministry of Information. Every foreign bureau, every foreign operation basically does have to do that. And the Iraqis have put all kinds of goodies in that building, and it has been made clear to foreign journalists for some time now that that would not be a safe place to be when this air campaign began. So not surprising, perhaps, that those pictures that we're getting from another news agency indicates that bombs are hitting near or on that building itself, and let us hope and trust that none of our colleagues is there.
Well, I can tell you this. David Chater was reporting from that very position yesterday, and he was told by both locals and with some sort of contact from the Allies, as he put it, that in fact that was not a good place to be anymore. And he moved to a building which is described as about 4 to 5 kilometers away, but still able to see it from his position. And he was reporting on Sky News just a short time ago how glad he was that he took their advice.
I can certainly imagine he was. Shep, I'm joined here in the studio by retired Air Force Lieutenant General Thomas McInerney, who has been a real stalwart for us as a military analyst. And I just wanted to ask you, General, we're now told authoritatively from the Pentagon that this enormous air campaign that we've been anticipating has yet to begin. The pictures we've seen and even the sound that has accompanied them have made this seem pretty dramatic at times. What will it be like when it comes?
Well, as you heard, they said you'll know it. This is pretty intense, but they're going to really double, triple the amount of air that they put in there. And that's going to have a collapsing effect, we believe, on the military.
So when we look at pictures like this, when that is underway, what will we see? Will the explosions mean more than what's it going to look like?
I think you're going to see intense explosions going all over the place. 10 bombs a minute. It's one every 10 seconds, continuously for upwards of an hour, and it'll just continuously go on throughout the whole country. And it's focused at what? Leadership, palaces, weapons of mass destruction, those Republican Guard units that want to fight. Those are the centers of gravity. You see the lights are still on. We want every Iraqi citizen to know that we are not going to turn the lights off on him. We're going to turn the lights off on Saddam.
So
That's
even if his lights
important.
go out, we're not destroying everything in every way they have to make electricity.
That's correct.
All right, now, talk to me a little bit about how you, as a military analyst, would assess some of the news that we've heard. Pentagon saying that yes, they do believe that 3 or 4 oil wells are on fire. I don't know what this is that compared to what we feared. Is that something to be relieved about, or is that a matter of grave concern? What?
I think it's a matter of concern. It's not grave concern. I think that the ground troops are probably in Basra by now. I think they're close to the oil fields. They're moving very fast, and that's extremely important for
Basra,
us.
of course, being the southern port city right down near Kuwait.
Yes.
And it's really the only port city of any consequence that Iraq has.
That's correct. And the 1st Marine Amphibious Force, the 1st MEF, and the 1st British Armored Division is down operating in that area. And I think that that's the area that they're going to work in, and they'll do it very quickly. So you're seeing throughout the whole country, Britt, things happening. We're going after their centers of gravity, which is primarily their military and their leadership and the weapons of mass destruction. And we're doing it simultaneously now. But we haven't given them the number 4 batter yet, the real knockout punch, and that's coming. I believe that we'll see that will come, you know, in this first night to convince, which means the IO campaign is kicking in, which means the information operations, a psychological campaign, which we're trying to separate the Republican Guard leadership from Saddam, which means we are trying to create a wedge with the attacks last night and now with this to convince them to capitulate. And there are signs, there's a lot of things going on underneath the radar screen that you and I don't see and people don't see, but there's contact with those people.
All right, General McInerney, very interesting. Now, just looking again at these pictures, they are made more dramatic, are they not, by the night vision lenses?
Yes, they are, but it is significant that the lights are still on, isn't it?
Yes.
You remember in Desert Storm 91, those lights went out and they were out.
Yeah, what the lights that we saw were really the lights from explosions and tracer fire.
That's correct. So the leadership is clearly sending that signal. And the President of the United States is saying, we're not turning your power off. We want you to be part of this liberation.
Now, will there come a time when the power does go off? I can't. I mean, given the size of this bombardment, I mean, wouldn't it be militarily useful to have the power down for the purposes of command and control, communications, all that sort of thing?
That's a big debate that's gone on in the Pentagon. If it was my turn, I'd say leave the lights on. It's not going to change this war outcome one day or a half a day.
Really? Why not?
Because we have such overwhelming force at their centers of gravity. And because it is a liberation, I think it is worth the effort to let the Iraqi people know that we're on their side. And any advantage we'd get from a military point of view, I think it's not worth having the people on our side.
Now, it's 20 minutes to 10
right.
in Baghdad right now. We're told this is not the big hit. At this point, it's plenty dark. It isn't going to get any darker, is it, in Baghdad? I mean,
it's full moon, so it's not going to get any darker.
So it's not going to make any. I mean, so is there any reason why, if we're going to do this tonight, we wouldn't already be doing it that you can think of?
Yes, I think there's certain things, certain timing. If you've seen the way this has come in, it's letting people think, giving them time to say, look, now's the time to get away from Saddam. He's not doing us any good. It's making them think. It's creating problems. As I said, there are a lot of things going on that we're not seeing right now that I think that signals are being passed. And so they're doing it in a very measured way. It's kind of like the symphony, and the leader is bringing certain players in at certain times. And it's been a very measured campaign.
Yeah, we were never given to believe this would be a phased campaign at all, were we? We sort of thought it was going to be all at once, massive assault, air, land, and sea, and everything at once.
Desert Storm in 91, there were 4 phases. The strategic campaign, and then there was the air superiority to take down the SAMs and the MiGs.
Right.
You haven't heard any MiGs up yet.
Right. Well, your military colleague, General Burton Moore, is with us, and he joins us now from the set that we use for military briefings right now. General Moore, give us your sense of what's happening and your thoughts on how this may be going based on the news that we've heard so far.
Good afternoon, Britt, Tom. I agree with the assessment that you all have put forward so far. In fact, when the scenes of Baghdad first came up, I was surprised about the discussion of shock and awe because there was a lot of artillery and anti-aircraft fire going up and not much coming down. I think I heard 6 or 7 explosions, which told me it is a continuation of this psychological operation. And of course, Secretary Rumsfeld was very, very clear in his press conference today in his message to the Iraqi leadership and to the people, don't do this. And it was like, we're giving you one more last chance to lay down your arms.
Is there anything about this so far, General Moore, that has surprised you, that you didn't expect, or that you would think was particularly telling?
Well, I think just historically, because of my experience in the '91 war, I didn't expect to see this phasing, but I think it bodes well, particularly given that this is a war of liberation. And I think when the gloves come off, they're going to come off, and people are going to get hurt bad in Baghdad.
All right, General Moore, thank you very much. General McInerney, thanks to you as well. As we continue to watch these pictures come in of the night sky in Baghdad, let's go back to Shepard Smith in New York. Shep?
Britt, there is a great deal of breaking news to report at this hour. We can now report that the Pentagon has released information that, in fact, cruise missiles have hit strategic targets inside Baghdad. An official inside the UK military is now reporting that, in fact, the main offensive against Iraq will begin tonight, 9:43 p.m. right now in Baghdad, and the UK military official reporting that the main offensive does begin tonight. Several explosions have been heard near government buildings inside Baghdad. Additionally, we're getting word from the Homeland Security Secretary, Tom Ridge, and want to be careful here, but I can tell you that there are questions now from the Homeland Security Director, Tom Ridge, about the government investigating a possible threat against the Palo Verde nuclear plant near the city of Phoenix. Quoting here, this is, again, a coordinated effort among federal agencies with the great support of the state and locals that we're addressing a very specific piece of threat information. The Palo Verde power plant is operated by Arizona Public Service Company and is the biggest nuclear power station in all of America. It has 3 nuclear reactors capable of generating up to 3,800 megawatts, enough to power nearly 4 million homes. Arizona Public Service is a unit of Pinnacle West. So a very specific threat, according to the Homeland Security Secretary, against the largest nuclear power facility in America. And again, the quote from the Homeland Security Secretary, this is again a coordinated effort among federal agencies with the great support of the state and locals that we're addressing a very specific piece of threat information. More details on that as they come in. We'll get to our Homeland Security correspondents and producers as they get further information on that subject. But even as we speak, there are more urgents coming into our local wires here. British military forces have joined the ground attack against Iraq as the main offensive geared up late on Thursday, Baghdad time. This, according to a UK military source. The whole thing is kicking off tonight, according to this source, in early reports coming in now to Fox News Channel. Brett Baer is at the Pentagon now with some breaking details. Brett, what do you know?
Well, Shep, that does not jive with the conversation I just had with a senior defense official who told me that there is not a massive escalation ongoing inside Baghdad, that this is not the shock and awe, and that you will know it, as we've heard many times. They described this as a continual preparation of the battlefield. You will see small targets hit, also some leadership targets if there is intelligence that leads them to those targets. They would not get into the specific munitions used in this attack, although wouldn't steer us away from Tomahawk missiles being used, launched from cruisers, subs, destroyers in either the Persian Gulf or the Red Sea. Now, Brett, back to you.
Thanks very much. We are awaiting the start, by the way, here in Washington of a briefing from the State Department by Charles Boucher, who is the spokesman for Secretary of State Pell. He's the Assistant Secretary for Information over there. I wanted to note these pictures. You see, this is a picture we're getting in from our colleagues at Sky News in Britain. And so that time on the screen you see is what time it is in Britain, which is 5 hours ahead of us. Baghdad, of course, is 8 hours ahead of us. And so as you see, that's a picture of, as has been pointed out, from the USS Constellation, the deck of the USS Constellation there, as those warplanes are made ready for use. But as you see, use these various different pictures, keep in mind that if the time doesn't jive with where you are, well, we're using whatever we can to bring you whatever we can, and that's what that's all about. General McInerney, Tom McInerney here joins us, continues to. What kind of planes are they, General? You know all about this.
The planes sitting there right now are FA-18s, and
what are their capabilities?
Their capabilities are both attack and air superiority. They're on board the carrier there, Constellation, and they're getting ready to launch.
Now, where is the Constellation?
Constellation is in the Gulf, so that's part of the Constellation battle group. We've got 3 aircraft carriers out there. You saw a E-2
here's Charles Boucher's just getting started. Let's listen to the State Department briefing by Assistant Secretary Boucher.
Stayed there until about 7:15 as the President was making his decisions, and then he came back here and began to make his phone calls overnight, and good. He made phone calls. Some of them he got through beforehand, some of them he didn't. I'm not going to try to differentiate between those who got calls before and those who got calls after or this morning, but say since last night he's talked to Foreign Secretary Straw, Prime Minister Howard, Prime Minister Sharon, King Abdullah in Jordan, former Minister Tang and now State Councilor Tang in China, Spanish Foreign Minister Palacio. The Deputy Secretary also talked to governments of Japan and the Philippines in channels that we had set up in advance to provide such information. And the Secretary, I'm sure, will continue to keep in touch with his counterparts during the course of the day. The Secretary also called congressmen and senators, talked to Senator Lugar, Senator Biden, Congressman Hyde, and Congressman Lantos on the Foreign Affairs International Relations Committees for the Senate and the House. And then, well, as you know, his testimony this morning was rescheduled. The Secretary came in this morning a little bit early, about 6:30, had his normal early morning contact discussions with Secretary Rumsfeld and Dr. Rice, and received all the normal intelligence and other briefings for the day. And that's about where I'll stop on that subject. Let me just run through a few basics on different things, and then you can come back to any one you want at any time you want. Second, I'd like to note that the Turkish Parliament has approved our request for overflight permission. We welcome Turkey's support. We think this shows a desire of Turkey to support coalition efforts, and we welcome that effort.
All right, that gives you a sense of the diplomatic activity that continues and was bound to continue even after it became a kind of a cliche of the situation that the time of diplomacy had passed. Obviously, you're hearing about Secretary of State Powell in touch with a number of his counterparts. It also fell to him, as Boucher indicated, to notify members of Congress and to explain to them what was going on. You heard Boucher say that the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and ranking member there, as well as their counterparts on the House side, had been contacted by Secretary of State Powell, and you heard him note with satisfaction that Turkey had granted these overflight rights. There still remains some hope that Turkey will allow U.S. ground forces to be based in that country. In the meantime, of course, we continue to watch the skies over Baghdad tonight in expectation that at some point, and we don't know exactly when, this enormous assault will get underway, and we are not at all clear that will even be tonight Baghdad time. So we continue to watch and wait, and as we do so, we're hearing what may be considered quite encouraging news. Our Pentagon correspondent Brett Baer has noted that senior members of Iraq's most elite military unit, the Republican Guard, have indicated a desire not to fight. This is exactly the kind of thing that the Pentagon has been hoping would occur. And so this is the kind of thing that there's also, I should note, on Capitol Hill now, a Senate resolution that is being introduced that would express support for the Commander-in-Chief and for the forces there. And also this resolution, which is being introduced, I believe, on the Republican side, would express support for British Prime Minister Blair, who I think people can probably understand because of all the opposition that he has faced, has emerged as kind of a political hero among Republicans at least, and perhaps many Democrats as well here in Washington. So we will keep you abreast as well of any political developments that may accompany this. The criticism of the administration that has been voiced in recent days by a number of Democrats may now become more muted now that the battle is joined. Shep?
All right, Britt Hume, thanks. I want to tell you a little bit more about what we know about the fires that we're seeing on our screen from time to time. We now know that the buildings which were on fire in just south and east of central Baghdad are around the planning ministry, the government offices, planning ministry. We could be more specific, but we won't at the moment until we're able to get the graphics up and confirm what it is that we're believing. We're also trying to get more information on what appears to be some sort of threat on Homeland Security. Again, the Homeland Security Secretary Tom Ridge talking about Palo Verde nuclear plant, which is outside Phoenix, and a specific threat on that Palo Verde nuclear plant. It is the largest nuclear power plant in all of America with 3 reactors, 3,800 kilowatt hours, and a specific threat. They're working with state and local authorities there, and that's about all the information we can give you on that. Some differing reports coming from the United States and the United Kingdom right now. The United Kingdom, just to make clear what I was saying earlier, is not saying that the shock and awe campaign is beginning. They're not saying at this point that anything is beginning, but what UK authorities are saying is that tonight is the night for a larger ground assault and a larger assault than anything we saw last night. In fact, those very UK authorities are saying that the United Kingdom is in the middle of a ground fight even as we speak. We also know of missile strikes on a Republican Guard palace, and the buildings on fire around this planning ministry would not rule out something belonging to Tariq Aziz. So these are targets not necessarily of opportunity as much as of design. We mentioned and have been mentioning for the past week that some 6,000 to 7,000 targets have been identified for what at the time was called the first 48 hours of this conflict, sites that they would like to take out. Clearly, they'd like to make the enemy both deaf and blind at some point. Right now, deaf and blind means taking out their radar sites, taking out their ability to communicate with each other, and most likely, if you follow the model from 1991, taking out the electricity. But as Britt Hume and General Thomas McInerney both mentioned, the lights are still on in and around Baghdad, and even in this area where the fires are blazing after cruise missile strikes, the lights are still on inside the buildings. We have not gotten any new reports from our correspondents who are in bed, but I can show you this video, which is from one of these very buildings, which was hit by a cruise missile strike, I'd say an hour to an hour and a half ago. A burning building on a number of floors, the electricity out in this particular building, but right next door, the lights still on, and it is our understanding, at least, people seen moving around in that very area. The latest reports from our in-bed correspondents are from Rick Leventhal and Greg Kelly. Rick Leventhal reporting from the Kuwaiti-Iraqi border that, in fact, they were softening up targets there. A number of sites hit on the other side of the Iraqi border. Rick Leventhal reporting that the United States military, though not taking strikes themselves, was standing beneath strikes which were going over their heads. He also reported that they had to shut down their equipment because there was forward movement coming. Correspondent Greg Kelly, who is also in bed. Greg Kelly is in bed with the U.S. Army 3rd Infantry Division, and he was reporting of forward progress as well. Now, from the Kuwaiti government, we're getting reports that some U.S. and allied forces are, in fact, moving in to southern Iraq. We're also getting a report that David Lee Miller is live with us at Central Command, which is now set up at an air base at Doha, Qatar, Camp Asaliya. Let's check in with him. David Lee, what do you know?
Hi there, Shepard. This is a room we're going to be seeing a great deal of in the very near future. This is the media briefing room here at Central Command in Doha, Qatar. It is a room that the military has spent over $1 million putting together. Behind me, you can see the PA system, plasma screens, all types of high-tech equipment. And now, as it appears, this conflict is intensifying. What we're hearing here in the media room are really shrieks of silence. I want you to take a look at the media room as we pan around. Take a look at the camera positions here. The conflict is escalating. Baghdad is under attack. Here you can high-frequency camera positions that are not manned. The world's media is here, hundreds and hundreds of reporters, but the U.S. military at this point in time has made a decision, a very calculated and important decision that they have told us here at Central Command in Doha, is that they do not want to release any information that in any way, Shepard, might in any way compromise Operation Iraqi Freedom. What I can tell you, though, is that not far from where I am standing, the general that is leading this assault, U.S. General Tommy Franks, is in a room adjacent to the Joint Operations Center, and he is watching, we are told, what is unfolding about 400 miles away in Iraq on some very sophisticated electronic monitoring equipment, and he is able to control what is taking place on the ground. When he decides it is appropriate to hold a news conference, that will take place in this room, in the podium behind me over my shoulder. But at this point in time, the U.S. military says no information will be coming out of the Central Command briefing room here in Qatar until they think they can release information that in no way will compromise what is taking place in Baghdad and Kuwait. That's the latest from Qatar, Shepard. Back to you.
All right, David Lee Miller will be getting back to you as events warrant. So a great deal of activity on many different fronts. We were talking earlier about the city of Basra, which is in southeastern Iraq, right along the Kuwaiti border. In fact, if you were to come across from Kuwait, it'd be the first city you hit, a city of about 400,000 people of strategic significance for a number of reasons. There are a number of oil wells around the city of Basra, the second largest population center in all the nation. In addition, there are a couple of strategic aircraft takeoff airfield, that's the word for which I'm looking. Airstrips are around this, and some of the early planning was that they would go in, take over these airstrips as they could, protect these oil wells as they could, and, for lack of a better term, capture the city of Basra. We know of movement on Basra, but there are no cameras there, of which we've been informed at least, though it's possible that some of our correspondents who are traveling with the military may end up in Basra. I want to go now to the White House and correspondent James Rosen, who is standing by with the latest from that position. James, what do you know?
Shepard, good afternoon. In a very short time from now, about 15 or 20 minutes from now Eastern Time, President Bush is going to be convening his full cabinet in the cabinet room at the White House for the purpose of briefing his cabinet members on the ongoing operations in Iraq and also exhorting some of his cabinet members, the ones who deal with domestic policy, to continue to pursue vital domestic policies. As well, cameras will be let into that meeting in the cabinet room, as I say, about 15 or 20 minutes from now, and then we'll get a tape playback. So the American people will be hearing from President Bush today. On a number of issues, we've already heard from Ari Fleischer. We have heard, for example, the White House's take on that purported broadcast by Saddam Hussein last night in which the Iraqi citizens were urged to take up swords against their enemy invaders. Ari Fleischer saying it is still too soon to tell whether or not that was taped or live and whether or not, in fact, it was even Saddam Hussein doing the talking. One government source that the Fox News channel has spoken with says that, in fact, the analysis has already proven that that tape was in fact taped. It was not live. Other sources also suggest that it is well known to this government that Saddam Hussein has prepared a number of videotapes in case he is separated from command and control that can be run, pre-prepared videotapes, if you will, that will make it look as if Saddam Hussein is in control when he is not. Whether last night's broadcast was one of those tapes remains uncertain. We also heard from the White House on the subject of these purported oil well fires taking place west of Basra in the southern part of Iraq. Fox News has been reporting that defense officials believe 3 or 4 or maybe even more oil wells have been set afire in that region. The Reuters news service is reporting that its own eyewitness located 35 miles southwest of Basra and armed with a long-range night vision lens can see no evidence of any oil fires. Ari Fleischer confirmed only that the U.S. has heard reports of those fires, but he also seized on those reports as proof of the necessity for this war, saying that in the last interview that Saddam Hussein gave with a Western journalist to CBS News, he promised not to set fire to the oil wells. If these reports are true, Ari Fleischer said it would show that Saddam Hussein is prone to lying and probably lying about whether or not he had weapons of mass destruction. Finally, Ari Fleischer says the number of countries that are part of our allied coalition for the disarmament and deposing of Saddam Hussein has grown overnight, perhaps as a result of the massive series of telephone calls that President Bush has waged from the Oval Office over the past 2 days. Britt Hume in Washington, to you.
James Rosen, thank you very much. Of course, one of the main issues that we've been watching since this campaign began, somewhat to our surprise last night, as we keep an eye on the deck of that USS Constellation, from which we can see those FA-18s beginning to take off, is whether the effect that was desired on the Iraqi military leadership was coming or not. We have some more on that now from our Pentagon correspondent, Brett Baer. Brett?
Hi, Brett. U.S. officials tell Fox that there are indications that the Iraqi military is breaking from within. That is a quote. The new plan, war plan that is proceeding and achieving significant results. Leadership here in the U.S. is encouraged. Pentagon officials say this is progressing, and I'm quoting here again, so far, so very good. Now, they would not get into specifics whether Saddam Hussein is believed to be dead. As you heard, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld didn't say that he knew that. He did say he thought there were doubts and debates about whether that was Saddam Hussein on that video that aired on Iraqi TV last night. They're not getting into specifics on leadership taken out, but U.S. officials telling Fox that there are indications the Iraqi military is breaking from within. Brett?
Brett, that's what Secretary Rumsfeld said without specificity when he was talking about results. Yes, we are getting results. He wouldn't say which. On another point, the Iraqis are claiming to have shot down an American helicopter. What do we know about that?
There was a helicopter that went down today, an MH-53, the Pavlo helicopter. That's a special operations helicopter. It made a hard landing. It was not a crash, and it was not surrounding any hostile fire. Everyone was rescued from that hard landing and taken out, transported out. Another Pavlo came in and took the crew out, and then a fighter jet from one of the carriers came in and dropped a precision-guided bomb on the helicopter that had taken the hard landing so that the Iraqis could not get any of the technology that was in that helicopter. But defense officials are telling us that that was not a hostile fire action, but obviously is an indication that special operations units are inside Iraq operating, as we have been reporting for the past few weeks, rather.
All right, Brett, Senator Bill Frist of Tennessee is up on the Senate floor right now speaking about the resolution that he and others on the Republican side are introducing to support the troops, to stand by the commander-in-chief, and to praise Tony Blair. So we'll keep an eye on developments. Resolutions of that kind introduced at times. There he is. Let's listen to him.
For us to send the signal today of that support. I know a number of members will come to the floor to express that support over the next couple of hours, and they'll be making brief remarks, and over the course of the coming days we'll have ample opportunity to expand upon those remarks. Senators clearly will want to speak on the resolution, but I do want to encourage people to keep their remarks short so we can eventually get to the vote as early today as possible to express that support with the full support of the United States Senate. We've talked back and forth as to whether or not we need specific time limits in terms of how much time to spend on this particular resolution, and have agreed not to have strict time limits because we do want to give everybody that opportunity, but have agreed that we'll have a vote on this resolution of support for our troops today. Again, it's imperative, I believe, that the Senate express its support today through this resolution.
The history of resolutions of this kind, the kind that Senator Frist is outlining now on the Senate floor and talking to members about having an opportunity to speak on, is that they tend to be whooped through by virtually unanimous votes, but that remains to be seen. There has been, as we've noted, some dissent on the war from some Democratic members of the Senate, so we'll watch to see if any of that develops, but it seems highly likely that by at least an overwhelming vote, if not a unanimous vote, there will be a resolution supporting these undertakings from the U.S. Senate today. Those resolutions, of course, don't bind anyone. They're simply expressions of sentiment. General Tom McInerney remains at my side here as we keep our eye on the pictures we're seeing from the region. Now, again, those FA-18s. Tell me, General, what those, you mentioned that those FA-18s would be for purposes of establishing air superiority What else might they do? What kinds of planes are they?
And attack. The airplane on the catapult right now, Brett, is an EA-6B Prowler, which jams the enemy radars. Very important part of the package because it does it for both the Navy and the Air Force. And that's a very significant contribution. It helps screens the cruise missiles and stealth and regular fighters. So that airplane, EA-6B, is very important. The FA-18 does both air superiority and ground attack. It carries the JDAMs, the Joint Direct Attack Munitions.
Those are precision guided?
Precision guidance munitions directed by satellite, so they can go through the weather and all that, which is a great advantage that we now have. The Navy did not have many precision weapons in Desert Storm 1 in 1991. This is a huge addition. One of the major improvements that we have, having the Joint Direct Attack Munitions and the stealth, the B-2 bomber, and I talked about the Joint Stars that can map out on the ground anything moving out to 250 miles. We have 10 of them over there right now. We only had 2, and they were prototypes in Desert Storm 1.
Does it tell us anything that they're now appearing to be in use now, and that they're...
Yes.
Does it tell us anything, whether tonight's the night, so to speak, or anything of that kind?
Well, it does. It tells us that the Constellation is launching its force right now. And so you're going to see waves of forces going in throughout the night, which I think means the intensity is going to build up. We're continuing to work below the surface, as I said, the radar, with the leadership, trying to bridge that gap between Saddam and his military leadership. And the force is really starting to launch. It's very interesting that the Navy, and I think it shows the openness, but very interesting that the Navy is letting these pictures come back live. Very important the way the administration has brought much more openness to us than in the past. So I think the tempo, they're playing it very well, and they're orchestrating it like a symphony.
Let's go now to Jennifer Eccleston, Fox News correspondent, who is on the Iraqi-Jordanian border, a sensitive place because Jordan would be which has been an ally in all this, is worried about receiving a massive influx of refugees from Iraq. So let's get a sense of things from Jennifer. Jennifer?
Hi, Britt. 2 very important developments here at the border area. The Jordanians have now sealed off the border and created a military zone. Traffic is allowed to come into Jordan, be it motorized traffic or, more importantly, refugees trying to flee Iraq. But traffic going into Iraq has been barred. Now, a number of refugee camps have been established along the border here. The United Nations helping out there, the Jordanian Red Crescent Society. But we haven't seen too many numbers actually crossing over the border at this stage. Nothing like what we saw in the first Gulf War, where some 1.5 million refugees sought shelter and peace here in Jordan and really destabilized the local economy here. But we should expect to see more people crossing over in the coming days. The second important development that we're hearing from Jordanian officials is that there has been a number of arrests of Islamic activists throughout the country. Members of the Iraqi Ba'ath Party, students, a number of people who are associated with the Islamic Brotherhood. They say they're doing so because of tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday prayers, a day where they traditionally have protests, and they want to stem those protests by getting rid of, putting under custody some of these people who they think may cause trouble. Back to you, Shep.
All right, Jennifer Eccleston live with us. Jennifer, thanks very much. I want to update you on some of the news that's been breaking as we've been talking. They mentioned some surrenders happening. We have multiple reports of surrenders happening now. A number of Iraqi troops surrendering to U.S. Marines who had just crossed into Iraq from Kuwait. That, according to a radio correspondent, one of those who is doing the travel along, which the military has allowed. That correspondent, who happened to be traveling with the Marines, says the Iraqi troops had been laying a minefield when they were intercepted by U.S. forces, and that there the surrender happened. Another correspondent with the U.S. Marines in southern Iraq also said that an unspecified number of Iraqis had surrendered to Marines there. Important to keep in mind that the vast majority of people, our reporting has been over the past week or so, have been moved in and hunkered down, if you will, in and around Baghdad, especially the Special Republican Guard and the Elite Republican Guard. Special Republican Guard, about 5,000 of them, who serve, as Britt mentioned, as sort of bodyguards for Saddam Hussein. And then the 15,000 Elite Republican Guard who serve as sort of his personal military force, if you will. All of those are in closer. The vast majority of troops are not in these border areas, but those who are there, it appears in the early going at least, seem to be surrendering. We're also getting a report now that's just come into us that says some U.S. troops engaged these forces crossing into southern Iraq on Thursday, and with artillery support, that from a Kuwaiti defense minister. And we have that also from our correspondent Rick Leventhal, who saw that happening firsthand. Now, from the Kuwait news agency, U.S.-led troops have taken the Iraqi border town of Qasr. I'm not altogether sure that I'm pronouncing that correctly, but it's a border town, Qasr, and it was one of those strategically important but not a large town, certainly nothing like Basra, which is about 400,000 people. Qasr is located just south and east of Basra. If you were to go to the bottom tip along the far northeastern border of Kuwait, southwestern border of Iran, right in the corner with Iraq, and there you have it. Qasr, you can see Basra down and to the right. At that point there, just before you get to the end, is the town of Qasr, and it really faces the Kuwaiti border. That town has been taken by U.S. military forces. What is unclear now is whether there was any resistance there. Qasr is the pronunciation of that. Unclear whether there was any resistance and whether there were, in fact, even any military forces on site. At this point, we know only that that town has been taken and that the forces have moved toward Basra as well. Basra, a very important area as this campaign moves forward. Certainly not the shock and awe phase of things, but an important phase nonetheless as we work to soften up targets so that ground forces can move, the eyes in the sky taking out what they can to make way for these ground forces. And we expect to hear from our correspondents Greg Kelly and correspondent Rick Leventhal, who are traveling with the military in the moments to come. In the meantime, I want to get to a couple of our correspondents. William Longinus is in Kuwait City with the latest on these reports of movements across the border and the capture of at least one town. William, what do you know?
Well, indeed, Shepard, you know, in the first Gulf War, about 75% of the conscripts surrendered and gave themselves up. We heard the same thing from the Kuwait news agency, an unspecified number that would add, of course, to the 18 who gave up yesterday. The other thing I wanted to report is the Kuwait military is saying that when Greg Kelly and the 3rd ID crossed over the Kuwait-Iraqi border, that there was heavy but indiscriminate firing. They endured, they believe, some casualties, some injuries, maybe some casualties when that occurred, either to the Kuwait military or the GCC, what they call the Peninsula Shield, which are local Arab forces here in Kuwait. We do want to say that indeed there were at least 3 and probably 4 missiles fired at Kuwait earlier today. Those were intercepted by the Scud busters, at least 3 of those, 2 by American Patriots and 1 by a Kuwaiti Patriot. One, we believe, landed in the desert, but only a football field away from Camp Commando. Thousands of American soldiers. Now those soldiers appear to have crossed. They appear, if there was indeed a minefield, that was a fear there that has been successfully cleared, and it seems that American forces are on the move. There is a belief here in Kuwait that the number of missile strikes tomorrow may be less because U.S. forces are basically overtaking so much ground that they will eliminate the short-range missiles, the Frog 7s and the Astro 2s. Now we have to deal with the Al-Samuds, which have a range of about 150 miles, 90 to 150, and the Scuds. Now, Iraq is not supposed to have a Scud. They said they didn't. It's in violation of the 90-mile rule, the 150-kilometer rule. But the U.S. military says that one of those missiles that was shot down by a Patriot was indeed a Scud. And indeed, as you said earlier, the weather here is pretty good, Shepard, for indeed a war. Fairly clear skies and not the sandstorm that you had last night for the laser firing system and the precision-guided weapons. Shepard?
William, I have a question for you, but I do want to let our viewers know our correspondent Greg Kelly, who's been traveling with the military, is working to get his video phone link up, and they are actually doing that right now, and we'll go to him for a live report, absolutely from the front lines in just a second. But fascinating, this report he just gave us, William, that in fact 3 missiles were fired toward one of our camps. It was Rick Leventhal who was on the border and reporting that there was something firing over his head, what he believed at the time to be a missile, though he couldn't be sure, firing over the heads of this group which had broken off from that camp to begin the softening up process on the border. Is it now the belief that those missiles may have been targeting, in fact, that camp but missed?
Yeah, we do believe that the American forces were being targeted, not Kuwait City per se, given the proximity to where that rocket did land so close to Camp Commando. We have not seen any explosions here in the city. One landed in the sea after being intercepted by the Patriot, and also the others landed in the desert after being intercepted by the Scud busters. But we do believe now that American forces, have moved forward, they are not so concentrated, so they are in less danger, if you will, from a missile attack. That may have been artillery that Rick was seeing. It also may have been a small missile.
All right, William Langeness, thanks. I want to ask you, Qasr, this town which is now reported to have been taken in Iraq, just across the Kuwaiti border, said to be one of the main ports there and an important strike area. What do you know about that?
Well, I do know that the firing was very heavy in the sister town, if you will, Abdali, here on the Kuwaiti side of the border. So it is entirely presumable or believable that American forces would have simply swept through that area. As you know, there are reports that Saddam has basically pulled the Republican Guard back towards Baghdad, and American forces are expecting pretty light resistance between here and Basra. At least that is what some reports have said. Shepard?
All right. Thanks very much. William Langeness live for us inside Kuwait City at our newsroom there. And certainly the forward progress continues. We've now been given an indication that in just a moment from now, we'll be able to check in with our correspondent, Greg Kelly, who was reporting from a firefight that was one heck of a sight just about 2 hours ago. Greg Kelly, of course, with the U.S. Army 3rd Infantry Division, the 3rd ID or the 3 ID, and they had some forward progress that we were told of. In fact, sources inside Kuwait were reporting that there was that forward movement took them across the border into Iraq. These are the pictures from Greg Kelly's earlier report as the U.S. military, the 3rd ID, began to soften up these targets across the border so that they could, in fact, move across the border, and quite a firefight it was. Let's listen to this if we can. Actually, this is just a videotape, and the reason for that is because Greg Kelly was reporting at the time exactly what was happening at that moment, and to replay it now would be, I don't know, maybe really wouldn't be worth our time. But the pictures were certainly interesting to see. And then right after, they requested that they shut down so that the movement could take place. Now that's happened, and Greg Kelly will be reporting to us in just a moment. Kuwaiti troops have engaged Iraqi forces. U.S. troops have engaged Iraqi forces, as is clear. Some live pictures coming to us once again from Sky News, our sister station, which is based in Great Britain and still has a correspondent inside Baghdad. Correspondent David Shader moved overnight from the Ministry of Information to a new location. The wisdom had been that they might try to take out the Ministry of Information, or at least stop the pictures from coming out of there. We have no information to suggest right now that that has happened. I want to go to Amman, Jordan now, and our correspondent Todd Connor with the latest on movement from Jordan. Todd, what do you know?
Hi there, Shep. Well, to add a little bit on to what Jennifer Eccleston reported from the border here a short time ago, Jordan has indeed set up a closed military zone that extends about 120 miles west of the Jordanian-Iraqi border. They're keeping a very close watch over who they let in and who they let out of that area. As you know, that's also an area where there are at least a couple of hundred, actually several hundred, maybe several thousand U.S. troops manning Patriot batteries and also in defensive positions. Jordan has been very firm about insisting these U.S. troops are only there for defensive purposes only, though we know there are Special Forces troops there as well. So far, no reported fighting from that area that we can report on right now. Now, inside Baghdad, you've been reporting throughout the last hour or so that there have been strikes, there have been explosions near the Ministry of Information, and as you said, David Shader just moved from there not too long ago. That's probably a very good idea. That's a major communications hub for the Iraqis. They That's where we were all based when we were there last month before being kicked out. They have a huge satellite on top of that building, and they also have a large AAA gun on top of that building, too. A lot of their communications come out of that building, we were told, and that would be a good place for the U.S. to strike. Just hopefully there are no journalists still reporting from that area. Just a few hundred yards away from there, there is the Al Mansour Hotel, which is where a lot of journalists also stay. And it's also in a very central location as far as there are foreign ministry offices just to the south and west of there. Just next to that is one of Saddam's palaces, I'm guessing maybe a half-mile away from the Ministry of Information. And then in between the Ministry of Information and Saddam's palaces, you have housing for some of the Republican guards and their families. And then about a mile and a half down the road, you actually have the headquarters for the Iraqi Republican Guard. So that's an area, not to mention, it's just along the Tigris River. Two main bridges go across the Tigris River right there. Those would also be good opportunities for strikes that the U.S. might be looking into. And just if I can comment on Saddam's speech earlier this morning, my guess is, if that is in fact him, is a very impromptu speech for this reason. I was told in the past that he hates, in fact, to wear his glasses because it makes him look weak. And so when you see him giving speeches on television, reading speeches, typically it is without his glasses, and people are off camera holding cue cards with very large print. So to see him this way this morning, you had to know that it was something reading off that notepad that was done very, very quickly. Shep?
Todd Connor live for us in Amman, Jordan. Todd, thanks for that. We'll be getting to our correspondent Greg Kelly in just a minute. First, let's go to Britt Hume in Washington. Britt?
Just one note, Shep, about that resolution that we were talking about earlier that had been introduced on the Senate floor and that we heard Senator Frist talking about. I should note to you that that has a number of co-sponsors, Senator Frist and Senator Warner. They're both Republicans, Senator Warner being the chairman of the Armed Services Committee. But Minority Leader Democrat Tom Daschle is on that resolution. So is Senator Carl Levin, both men having been, particularly Senator Levin, critics of the administration's policy on this. And among the things that that resolution does is that it, quote, commends and supports the efforts and leadership of the president as commander-in-chief in the conflict against Iraq. They were not able, obviously, in negotiating the language of that to get Levin and Daschle to commend the efforts and leadership of the president as diplomat, it would seem. And I also might note that, of course, it expresses support for the troops and so on, and, quote, sincere gratitude to British Prime Minister Tony Blair and his government for their courageous and steadfast support. While we keep our eye on the night sky over Baghdad, let me turn to a couple of our Fox News military contributors. Former retired Air Force General Burton Moore is with us in our briefing set there. General Moore, we keep hearing now that this is all about prepping the battlefield. One assumes that that means softening up the enemy. We had been given more or less to believe, though, that this was going to be a simultaneous assault and that the ground troops were going in and the air campaign would begin all at once in a big bang. That has not turned out to be the case. Is that a surprise?
A little bit of a surprise to me, and I'm not sure if it's because of the intelligence received yesterday that gave them the opportunity to go after Saddam Hussein and some of his key leaders last night, if that caused them to transition to this more phased-in approach, or whether it was planned this way all the way through. But in any event, I do think it's part of the strategy that's ongoing now to give these Iraqi leaders one last chance.
Now, the city of Basra,
yes,
it's the main port city. In fact, the only really major port city, I guess Qasr is a kind of a port city as well, but or at least there's a port city nearby there. What about that strategically? Why is that important?
Well, Basra, of course, is strategically important in this instance because as a war of liberation, a lot of the Iraqi resistance, and you recall in '93 when there were some uprisings put down, that was one of the areas that's not pro-Saddam Hussein at all, and I think it is the view
that's Shia territory, right? Shiite country down there?
That's exactly right. That's Shiite country, and it is believed that they will then help us build this revolution from inside, which is very important to the liberation of Iraq and Baghdad, of course.
Yeah, the issue being, of course, that Saddam Hussein, while he's not thought of as any kind of a devout Muslim, and indeed is regarded by the likes of Osama bin Laden and his al-Qaeda cohort as an unbeliever.
Exactly right, and of course they are the minority.
Is much more difficult to explain at this point. We just don't have the eyes for it. Christian, is there in Kuwait a concern?
A Kuwaiti news agency. Thanks very much for the moment. A reminder now of some of the main developments on this first day of military action against Iraq. The large-scale U.S. offensive against Iraq has begun. In Baghdad, heavy air raids have been taking place. U.S. cruise missiles are reported to have hit targets in the center of Baghdad city. At least one ministry building is reported.
Our troops that are, our reporters that are traveling with the troops inside Iraq. Shep?
We are, Britt, and this has just come in, a first report from Iraqi radio which says U.S. missiles did in fact hit the Baghdad family home of Saddam Hussein. We do not have details on casualties. In fact, Iraq radio says there were no casualties in this attack, but a confirmation, at least from Iraqi state-run radio, which means Saddam Hussein's radio, that Allied missiles did hit the family home of Saddam Hussein. No independent confirmation of that. When we get it, we will bring it to you. In the meantime, all clear sign, the all clear air raid siren has been heard over Baghdad. In just the past 30 to 60 seconds, the all clear signal has gone, which means the last wave of missile and air raid strikes which were happening in Baghdad from the Allied forces has, at least for now, ended. Among those reporting the first softening up around the border was our own correspondent, Greg Kelly. Greg Kelly traveling with the military, the U.S. Army 3rd Infantry Division. They moved, and now he's able to report to us live on the night scope with limited vision tonight. Greg, where did you go, and what are you doing now?
Well, Shep, we went extremely close to the Iraqi border. It was about 2.5 hours ago, and we saw a spectacular barrage of artillery fire. Now, we can't say exactly what they were firing at. However, you can know that the demilitarized zone, that area that goes 10 miles into Iraq, 5 miles on this side, in the Kuwaiti side, there is an infrastructure over there in that first 10 kilometers in Iraq. There are obstacles, there are landmines, there are Iraqi military personnel. They were apparently targeted as part of the battlefield preparation that we've heard so much about. Now, what comes next, it's hard to say. Is it going to be another phase of this battlefield prep, or are we poised for a massive land invasion? We really cannot say. What we can tell you, though, is there were reports that an Apache helicopter from the Army was shot down. Well, that has turned out not to be the case. However, here at the 2nd Brigade, people were worried that it was shot down. Turns out that it made a precautionary emergency landing due to a mechanical problem inside the aircraft. Right now, we are again with the 2nd Brigade headquarters element. The commander is monitoring the radio, monitoring the situation. As to what comes next, we're not going to go into that right now. Could be another phase of battlefield prep or something a little bit more significant. We'll be here, though, throughout the night with the 2nd Brigade. For now, Chef, let's take it back to you.
Greg, I want to ask you a few questions about your recent travels. We're watching pictures on the right-hand side of the screen of this firefight which began your activity, your motion. We know that the coalition forces were firing at the enemy. Did the enemy, to your knowledge, fire at coalition forces?
No, at least not at our position. So in that sense, I don't know if I would call it a firefight. It did look very much like a battlefield, but fortunately, the fires, the munitions were going in one direction, and that was toward Iraq. Nobody returned fire, at least at our position. But again, just a spectacular scene. It was extremely quiet before those Paladins, those M109ers, lit up the night sky. When they stopped about maybe 7 minutes later, again, complete peace. Really a serene battlefield, if there is such a thing. For a moment, it was just about everything you imagine war to be. Then, just another calm night in the Kuwaiti desert.
Greg, multiple reports from other correspondents who are traveling with or embedded in military terms with the military, different sporadic reports of Iraqi soldiers and Iraqi military personnel surrendering. Were you close enough to the border for anything? Well, how close did you get to the border, and did you see any signs of anything like that?
Well, I can't tell you how close we were to the border. That would indicate, if I told you that, that would tell you where the M109 Paladins were that were firing those munitions. I will tell you this, it's a small border, but there are a lot of different elements of the military here, a lot of different units. Some might encounter different things. We did not see any surrendering Iraqis, at least in our area. I would probably say that we were a little bit too far away from the actual fence itself to see that. That's one of the reasons why artillery was used in this attack. There is that berm area in the border complex. Artillery much better suited to fire over a berm than, say, a tank, which is still very much a line of sight weapon used to take out point targets. Artillery very great for suppressive type fire over any kind of terrain.
Greg would never press you or even try to get information about exactly where you are or how you got there, because the specifics are the last thing any of us need. That said, it would be fascinating to know what it's like to be standing there. This fire begins to go off across an enemy border, and then all of a sudden you're told to move. Tell me about that process, how it's accomplished, and the way that it all goes down.
Well, you know, it's interesting, Shep. It was almost like a media event when the press shows up at the appointed place at the appointed time, and we're shown what we came to see. We went out in a Humvee. We were escorted by another Humvee. Already the Paladins, the 109 field artillery pieces were in place. They were fairly well dispersed. At just about the exact time we were expecting them to open fire, they did, and they did for about 7 minutes. When they ceased firing, again, a very peaceful night, and it was just time for us to go. The vehicles started to move. At that point, it was dark. Our night scopes were off. We couldn't tell in what direction they were going. Actually, they were kind of going north and south. I will tell you that for a little while. We are not we're not privy to whether their immediate plans. And after that, it was a trip back in a Humvee for us. Fairly administrative, if you will, back to the brigade headquarters. And that's where we are right now, where the brigade commander is closely monitoring the situation. And we'll see if phase 2 or phase 3 maybe of some sort of battlefield prep happens, or maybe something else.
Well, clearly, as promised by the Pentagon and the administration for a period of months now, in the event of war, it would be the most open and watched and seen and videotaped war in the history of warfare, and clearly, at least in the early going, that was a promise that they've kept. The detractors and those who question the administration were wondering whether the access that you would get would be as billed. And I suppose my question to you now is, when they take you out there and allow you to begin to take pictures, are they restricting what you do, besides the things that we've already talked about in any way, or are they letting you be a journalist?
They are very much letting us on our own, almost to our own devices. They give us some advice about safety, but their overarching concern is don't say anything about our position. That, of course, makes sense, but it really is, as you said, kind of amazing, the idea of broadcasting live from a battlefield, actually being able to see this, being escorted into a position from which we can see these live fires, these first actions in a war. Just an amazing endeavor that the Pentagon has made here. I will tell you that there is some concern in what I tell you. We're always kind of double checking with the with our brigade commander. Something that you or I might not think is very sensitive, they think is very sensitive, and that has happened once or twice. We certainly don't want to put anybody in jeopardy. We don't want to put ourselves in jeopardy, and I think the Pentagon is relying on that. We're embedded with them. Our future kind of lies with their future, and we certainly don't want to jeopardize them or us.
Certainly not. Well, an absolutely amazing perspective, and so fascinating to see this cooperation between the media, the eyes and ears of the American public, and the Pentagon, and finding a balance where everybody can get his or her job done without causing problems for those on the ground. No doubt the history books will reflect that this was a first on this planet, and Greg Kelly and Rick Leventhal and many others a part of it. A full moon as you look live over the city of Baghdad. The moon is full and the sky is bright, perfect for taking pictures. Not exactly perfect for carrying out a military campaign, but in the early going, the word from the Pentagon is this is going very well indeed. And Britt Hume, that is very good news indeed.
Well, it's so far so good, it would seem, at least in terms of the efforts to convert senior Iraqi military officials to the idea that maybe this isn't a war they want to be in. Let's go back to the Pentagon now, and our colleague Major Garrett for late word on this whole question of forces embedded. Major, is that what you were going to talk to us about?
Yeah, Britt, Shepard was touching just a moment ago on the historic nature of having these embedded troops, embedded reporters rather, with the troops and the technology they possess to bring back live